like, wow.
Check 1 2. 1, 2. Mic check. 1, 2, 3.
All right, we will now reconvene the regular board meeting. I'd like to invite Aidi Analco, an eighth grade student from McFadden Intermediate, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please stand up. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready? Let's begin. I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I want to recognize that our district and school campuses are located in the village of Paspenga. I want to acknowledge that this land we refer to as Orange County is the unceded and traditional lands of the Gabrieleño Tongva Nation and the Huañeño Band of Mission Indians, a Hashiman Nation. These lands were taken through a process of colonization, physical, and cultural genocide. I want to pay my respects to elders, both past and present, as well as the Tongva and Hashiman youth who have attended and are currently attending our schools in neighboring districts. With that, we'll move to closed session reports. Ms. Quiroz, do we have any action items to report out from our closed session?
We do. In closed session, by a vote of 4-0, the board took action to appoint Ryan Carroll to the position of Assistant Director of Expanded Learning. Moved by Ms. Brazier Aceves, seconded by Ms. Magdaleno. Board members with a yes vote: Mr. Bustos, Ms. Brazier Aceves, Ms. Magdaleno, Ms. Lebsack, with Dr. Alvarez not present. That concludes action taken in closed session. For interpretation services into Spanish, please see Mr. Vargas, who is sitting right behind me. Para servicio de interpretación a español, por favor pase con el señor Vargas, quien se encuentra sentado detrás de mí. Should you require ASL interpretation, please take a seat in the front of the room to your left. Child care services are being provided in room 126. Se ofrecen servicios de cuidado de niños en el salón 126. Thank you.
Thank you. At this point, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to my colleague, Ms. Magdaleno, for her board member recognition.
Hi, can I get Miss Cordova, Miss Ramirez, and Amalia from the Lydia Romero Cruz Academy, who is going to be representing the students today? You want to come over here, Jocelyn? Good evening, everyone. I'm so excited to stand here today to celebrate the remarkable team of educators and students from Lydia Romero Cruz Academy who are transforming education through power and performing arts. Under the leadership of Principal Cordova, the Performing Arts and Musical Theater team has built a dynamic program that inspires creativity, collaboration, and confidence. At Lydia Romero Cruz, the stage isn't just a place to perform. It's a classroom where students collaborate, express themselves, and grow in confidence. Each student brings their own spark of creativity, and together they build a community that celebrates teamwork, artistry, and belonging. And tonight we'll get to experience a little bit of that magic. What makes this program so special is the care and mentorship that Ms. Ramirez and her team bring to every rehearsal and every performance. They created a safe and inspiring space where students feel seen, supported, and proud of who they are and what they can achieve. Ms. Ramirez and I actually met when we were in high school. We both went to the NAC 1. And as students in high school, even back then, I could tell that Ms. Ramirez was meant for the performing arts. And I definitely was not. I've always loved to karaoke, but standing in front of big crowds wasn't really my thing, so it's kind of ironic considering my role now. I'm so glad our paths crossed again after all these years. It's truly inspiring to see the incredible work Ms. Ramirez is doing with our students, the way you continue to share your passion for the arts with the next generation of students we have at SAUSD. The impact of musical arts in schools goes far beyond the stage. Programs like ours build confidence, foster creativity, and strengthen a sense of belonging. They teach students to work as a team, to express themselves, and to dream big. When we invest in musical arts, we're investing in the whole child approach, their academic growth, their emotional well being, and their future potential. Ms. Ramirez, thank you and your team for the passion, dedication, and the heart you bring to your students every single day. Your work truly transforms lives and remind us why the arts are an essential part of education here at SAUSD. So, on behalf of the Board of Education, we want to congratulate you, the musical theater team, and all the students involved in the performing arts program at Lydia Romero Cruz. So, and before I finish, I want to promote their upcoming show, Aladdin Jr. So make sure you please sign up and go watch them perform and see our students and support them as well. Thank you. So now I'll let Ms. Ramirez say a couple words.
Wow, who would have thought that our paths would cross this way? Am I right? um, sup, everyone. I'm just gonna keep it like I usually do, and it's real because at LRCA, I mean, I had wanted this job for so many years when I first came here, and I remember someone had gotten it, and I was like, shucks. All right, next time, I guess. And then in the summer, it was open again. And shucks, someone took it again. And I was like, you know what? Third time's a charm, kids. So I waited it out. And then the Friday before school started, I had an interview with Principal Cordova. And I was like, all right, we'll see what happens now. And I get a call right after, you start on Monday. I was like, okay, that gives me 2 days to really start out this year. And in those 2 days, I thought about the faces I would see and the voices I would hear and the lives I would get to hear about. And I think that's the best part. Like, I knew coming in from my friends who were under the leadership of Miss Holland. Like, she taught at LRCA for 25 years. And I see now why. You are all the best. All of you in this room, so amazing kids, the best that Santa Ana has to offer. And like I always say, I'm the lucky one that gets to be in front of you guys or behind you guys or next to you guys in your path of music, in acting, in performing, in choir, in piano, in modern band. What other classes do I teach? All the classes and all the grades. I'm so lucky, and I hope you guys look back on this moment because we're all here because you believed in it, but not only did you believe in it, the families. I come from a house where like it was hard for my family to come to things because mom didn't know how to drive. Shout out to mom if she's watching. I know she's watching. She didn't know how to drive, didn't know how to speak English, and yet you guys come here. Whether you know English or you know Spanish, whether you have a car or you don't have a car, whether you have a bus pass or you don't have a bus pass, whether you have to walk or run to be here, or take the bike. I know I had to take the bike to some mariachi gigs when I was in school. Like, you guys make this possible for them too. To see so many families here and on Thursday when they had a concert, how lucky are we to see that? We sold out the whole place, 200 plus seats. So students, please give a round of applause to even the families for even being here today. And I know sometimes I'm loud, and I know sometimes I'm chaotic, and maybe unpredictable, but fun. I like to think I'm fun most of the time. You guys have been with me and LRCA every step of the way, and thank you to Ms. Goins and Ms. Molina. I had only a few people alongside me, but you guys stepped up to the plate to help us with the musical. They deserve their flowers too, and thank you to Principal Cordova, who also believes in all my crazy ideas as well. Please, a round of applause to her. And just thank you to everyone that just believes, and you don't got to dream, you just got to have a goal and do it however you need to, because the next time you do it again, more people will see the vision, they will believe the vision. And that's why we have 50 plus kids in our musical. That's why we have 60 plus kids in our choir. Because you, Aiden, because you, Daisy, because you, Lily, because you, Yesenia, because you, Nubia, because you, Henices, you guys believed. So thank you for believing, and please keep believing yourselves because you really can do it all. Give a round of applause to yourself. And I want to call up one student specifically, Amelia, who is the heart of our choir. She always has something positive to say. So please give a round of applause for the words that she's going to share.
Um, Hello, everyone. My name is Amelia Rangel. I am a choir student and a musical theater student. Um, Choir means a lot to me just because choir really helped me figure out who I really was. Because before I was just there. And it's just something important to me because it just has helped me so much throughout the past year, and I just love growing with my classmates and getting to see them achieve their goals. I One of my favorite memories from choir was when we went to Segerstrom High and we sang with all the other middle school choirs. Um, that moment was very mesmerizing and influential because not only did we get to meet new people, we got to sing with them and we got to see them perform. And it was just something that was so mesmerizing and beautiful to see. And it was a thought that I had in my head that was like, this is what choir is really about. It's about friendship and building strong relationships with one another and just sharing our love for music. And I just want to thank everybody who makes the music program happen because without you guys, we wouldn't have any of this. So that's.
So right now, I think they have a song for us, but really quick before they sing, can we get all the students to come up here in the front, and then the board can join us for a picture, so then they can perform after that. So now they're going to perform for us.
Two. Hey, we're gonna start with "We're All in This Together." Thank you. We're all in this together. Does everyone know the song?
Yeah.
If you don't know it, you can go to the side right now. Because I know maybe some fourth graders don't know.
Together, 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 everyone. Together, together, come on, let's have some fun. Together, we're there for each other, everyone. Together, together, come on, let's do this right. Here and now, it's time for celebration. I finally figured it out. Yeah, yeah. That all our dreams have no limitations. That's what it's all about. Everyone is special in their own way. We make each other strong. We make each other strong. We're not the same. We're different in a good way. Together's where we belong.
11th. Oh, it would sound so cool when we did it that way. December 11th and December 12th at 7 p.m. at LRC. Hey, if you want to bring the thing back, that'd be cool for one jump ahead. Stop, thief! Thief, stop him! Morning, ma'am.
So again, Aladdin?
Me? No way. It's only trouble you get caught. You gotta stay. I steal only when I can afford, and that's everything. Most guys don't appreciate I'm broke. Just a little snack, guys. I can take a hint, gotta face the facts. What's a guy like me to do? There he is, boss. Just
Oh, you're good. And by good, I mean bad. He hasn't got
gotta eat to live, gotta still to eat, tell you about the time. Hi, I'm Aladdin.
I'm Pashmina. I'm running away from those creepy guards.
Hey, me too.
Where can we hide?
Follow me, I have a plan. Let's not be too hasty. Gotta eat to live, gotta still to eat. Otherwise get along. One jump ahead of the hoofbeats. One hop ahead of the hunch. One trick ahead of disaster. They're quick, but I'm much faster. Here goes.
Better throw my hand in.
Hope it's happy landing. All we gotta do is. Do you trust? Thank you for having us. Thank you, school board. Seriously, your support makes such a difference. This year alone, it was just really just me. And like now we have Molina, who is our staging director, gets to help them with reading. And the best thing to hear is like when a kid comes to you and says, my English has gotten better because of a musical, what more can you ask for? We have Goins, who's teaching them about spatial awareness and choreography and how to be like careful with their bodies. The support that we have for the musical this year is the reason why we have like 50 plus kids that come to rehearsals. So thank you so much for your support. We hope to see you at the show. And kids, thank you. You guys are the best. Please give yourselves a round of applause. And shout out to Little Caesars because we're about to eat pizza. Woo!
Yay! Hi. Hi, join our Aladdin. Thank you for watching our show. Oh my God. Thank you for watching our show. We really.
Alrighty, we will now move on with our regular agenda and move on to our superintendent's report. Dr. Perez.
Thank you, President Bustos. I just have a few quick announcements today. I do want to share with all of our families and students that are watching. Our financial aid window opens, so reminder to the class of 2026 that a financial aid application window opened October 1st. Both state law and board policy requires all seniors to apply for financial aid. The FAFSA, or Free Application for Federal Student Aid, or California Dream Act application, also known as CARA, determines eligibility for federal student aid such as grants, work study, and loans for college or career. So again, just a reminder to our parents and our students, if you have questions, please reach out to your school counselors. They do know that I'm going to be saying this, so they're prepared and know that questions will be coming, or your higher education coordinator. So I also want to give a plug that we are having our college and career fair coming up in a couple of weeks. So if you have questions and you are not sure about where you're planning to go, or what your plan is. Next Thursday, October 23rd, we will be having our college and career fair at the Heritage Museum. So just want to make those connections. Please come on out and join us. And my last announcement is related to our School Administrators Week. That is this week. So to all of our school administrators, our principals, our assistant principals, anybody who's in administration at the school site, this is the time for us to celebrate you, and we are so excited to do that. And this is, just a time to show a little gratitude. We have administrators that work in all sorts of different roles and facets within our district to support students, and also to make sure that student learning is happening and that their well-being is taken care of. We know that our parents entrust and trust our administrators so much, and so I just want to give a heartfelt thank you to our administrators. We know every day the job is really rewarding and challenging, and we as district level administrators are here to support you. And so just thank you so much for everything that you do every single day and the conditions that you create for our students on your campuses. Thank you.
Alrighty, thank you, Dr. Perez. We will now move on to our public presentations, public comment portion of the agenda. And before we begin, please note the following. The board president, myself, will enforce Board Policy 1313, which imposes rules of decorum and civility in the conduct of this meeting in this facility. Should any member of the audience act in a manner inconsistent with that policy or the requirements imposed by that policy, or interrupts the speaker at the podium, makes comments that are deemed derogatory of the speaker and their message, or which are threatening in nature, they shall be warned to stop such conduct and asked to leave the meeting if it occurs again, pursuant to Board Bylaw 9323. Any speaker who has been subjected to such treatment may contact the Office of the Superintendent at 714-558-5512. Ms. Quiroz, you may begin. Speakers will have 3 minutes to address the board.
We will begin with Margarita Gonzalez, followed by Priscilla Medina, and then Rosalba Morales.
Mes de la concienciación sobre la dislexia. Buenas noches a los miembros de la Junta Directiva de Educación, Superintendente doctora Pérez y público que nos acompaña. Esta noche hablaré sobre los beneficios del por qué es importante hablar sobre la dislexia. Hablar de la dislexia nos permite identificar síntomas. Síntomas en niños pequeños en el preescolar. Número 1, dificultad para aprender rimas simples, problemas con el habla y la pronunciación de palabras básicas, dificultad de aprender el abecedario y los sonidos de las letras, problemas para seguir instrucciones, síntomas en la edad de 5 años a 12, ortografía inconsistente e impredecible, dificultad para asociar sonidos con letras, mezclar letras o el orden de las letras en las palabras, lectura lenta y trabajosa, dificultad para escribir o copiar textos, problemas para aprender secuencias como los días de la semana. Síntomas en adolescentes y adultos, dificultad para leer, incluso en voz alta, lectura y escritura lentas, problemas de ortografía, evitar actividades que impliquen leer o escribir, dificultad para encontrar las palabras adecuadas al hablar, problemas para resumir o entender un texto, dificultad para aprender un idioma extranjero. Esa soy yo. Al hablar de la dislexia, podemos iniciar evaluaciones tempranas que permitan iniciar intervenciones específicas, lo que es clave para el éxito académico emocional del estudiante. El no tener un diagnóstico, apoyo adecuado, la dislexia puede causar baja autoestima, frustración, ansiedad e incluso depresión. Con el apoyo adecuado, los niños con dislexia pueden aprender a leer y a comprender y tener éxito escolar. Se pueden implementar estrategias de enseñanza adaptadas a sus necesidades, como aprender a través de la memoria visual o la experimentación. Hablar de la dislexia nos ayuda a comprender las dificultades de este trastorno y el aprendizaje que afecta la capacidad de leer y comprender textos, ya que dificulta la relación de los sonidos del habla con letras y las palabras. Pero se pueden hacer ajustes para facilitar la comunicación y el aprendizaje. Hablar sobre la dislexia ayuda a desmentir falsas creencias, como que se debe a la falta de inteligencia o esfuerzo. Es un trastorno de aprendizaje que puede superarse con un diagnóstico correcto y apoyo adecuado. La dislexia tiene que ser hablada, ya que afecta a 1 de cada 5 estudiantes y todos tenemos la encomienda apoyar y entender a nuestros estudiantes. Gracias por escuchar.
Dyslexia Awareness Month. Good evening, members of the Board of Education, Superintendent Dr. Perez, and the audience. Tonight, I will talk about the benefits of why it is important to talk about dyslexia. Talking about dyslexia allows us to identify symptoms in young children, preschoolers, difficulty learning simple rhymes, problems with speech and pronunciation of basic words, difficulty learning the alphabet and letter sounds, problems following directions. Symptoms in school-age children, 5 to 12 years old, inconsistent and unpredictable spelling, difficulty associating sounds with letters, mixing up letters or the order of letters in words, slow and labored reading, difficulty writing or copying texts, problems learning sequences such as the days of the week, symptoms in adolescents and adults, difficulty reading even aloud, slow reading and writing, spelling problems, avoiding activities that involve reading or writing, difficulty finding the right words when speaking, problems summarizing or understanding a text, difficulty learning a foreign language. That was my case. We can initiate early assessments that allow for targeted interventions, which is key to the student's academic and emotional success. Without proper diagnosis and support, dyslexia can cause low self-esteem, frustration, anxiety, and even depression. With the right support, children with dyslexia can learn to read and comprehend and succeed in school. Teaching strategies tailored to their needs can be implemented, such as learning through visual memory or experimentation. Talking about dyslexia helps us understand the difficulties this learning disorder presents, which affects the ability to read and understand texts, as it makes it difficult to connect speech sounds with letters and words. However, adjustments can be made to facilitate communication and learning. Talking about dyslexia helps dispel false beliefs, such as that it is due to a lack of intelligence or effort. It is a learning disorder that can be overcome with a correct diagnosis and adequate support. Dyslexia must be discussed as it affects 1 in 5 students, and we all have a responsibility to support and understand our students. Thank you for listening.
Ah, buenas noches, mi nombre es Priscila Medina. Vengo con un tema nuevo que se habla, bueno, no es tan nuevo, pero se está dando y hay que darlo a conocer de manera pública. Ningún padre debería tener que pagar para que la escuela de su hijo cumpla la ley. pero esa es la realidad que muchas familias de estudiantes con discapacidad vivimos hoy en nuestro distrito escolar. Buenas tardes, respetables miembros del board, estimada superintendente doctora Pérez, comunidad en general. El programa educativo individualizado IEP fue creado para garantizar que cada estudiante con una discapacidad reciba una educación pública, gratuita y apropiada, FAPE. En teoría, el IEP debe ser un proceso colaborativo donde todos, padres, maestros y especialistas, trabajemos juntos para que el niño alcance su máximo potencial. Pero en la práctica, muchas veces no es así. Con frecuencia, los padres enfrentan reuniones en las que se minimizan las necesidades de sus hijos, se retrasan evaluaciones o se niegan servicios sin una justificación real. Y cuando eso sucede, los padres no tenemos más opción que buscar ayuda legal. Contratar a un advocate o defensor especializado no es algo que una familia hace por gusto o lujo, lo hace porque el sistema ha fallado. Y ese fracaso tiene un costo muy alto, tanto económico como emocional. Un defensor especializado en educación especial puede cobrar entre $200 y $500 por hora. Los casos más simples, como revisar un IP o asistir a una reunión. Y si el caso llega a un proceso legal o a una audiencia administrativa, los costos pueden superar fácilmente $8,000 e incluso $10,000. Pensemos en lo que eso significa para una familia trabajadora que ya paga terapias, transportes, citas médicas y otros apoyos. Son miles de dólares que deberían invertirse en el bienestar del estudiante, no en forzar al sistema a hacer lo que ya está obligado a hacer. El IP no debería ser una batalla legal, debería ser un compromiso ético y humano entre quienes decidimos servir a los estudiantes. Por eso hoy hacemos un llamado muy claro que este distrito no sea parte del problema, sino del cambio, que invierta más en capacitación, en transparencia, en empatía, para que ningún padre tenga que gastar miles de dólares para ser escuchados. Queremos un sistema donde la abogacía no sea un lujo, sino un valor compartido, donde los padres y los equipos escolares caminen del mismo lado, el lado de los estudiantes. Porque cuando el sistema falla, los padres nos convertimos en defensores y lo hacemos por amor, por justicia, con más fuerza y por la dignidad de nuestros hijos. Gracias.
I am Priscilla Medina. I'm here to talk about a new topic that needs to be brought to the public light. No parent should be able to, no parent should have to pay for the school to fulfill the law. But this is a reality that many families of our students with disabilities are living with today in our school district. Good evening, respectable members of the board, esteemed Superintendent Dr. Perez, and community in general. The Individualized Education Program, or IEP, was created to guarantee that each student with a disability receives a free and appropriate public education, or the initials FAPE. In theory, the IEP should be a collaborative process where everyone, parents, teachers, and specialists, work together for the child to reach their maximum, their highest potential. But in practice, many times this is not so. Frequently, parents are going to meetings where their children's needs are minimized and the evaluations are delayed, or the services are denied without a real justification. And when this happens, parents have no other recourse than to seek legal help. To hire an advocate, a specialized advocate, is not something that a family does because of it's fun or because it's a luxury. They do it because the system has failed. And this failure has a cost, a very high cost, which is financial as well as emotional. An advocate, a specialist advocate in special education, may charges between $200 and $500 per hour, and in the most simplest of cases, such as review an IEP or attend a meeting. And if the case goes to a legal process or an administrative hearing, costs can easily go up to $8,000 or even $10,000. Let's think about what this means for a working family that's already paying for therapies, transportation, medical appointments, and other supports. These are thousands of dollars that should be invested in the well-being of the student, not in forcing the system to do what they're already obliged to do. An IEP should not be a legal battle. It should be an ethical and humane compromise between those who decide serving students. That's why we make a clear calling today that the district don't be part of the problem, but be part of the change. To invest in more training and transparency and empathy so that no parent has to spend thousands of dollars on just to be heard. We want a system where advocacy is not a luxury, but a shared value, where parents and the school teams walk on the side of the students. Because when the system fails, we parents have to turn into advocates, and we do it because we do it for love, for justice, with strength, for the dignity of our children. Thank you.
Rosalba Morales, followed by Saul Lara.
Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Rosalba Morales. Vengo de la escuela Carver. Tengo un hijo con autismo ahí. Nuevamente estoy aquí. Ha pasado un mes desde que comenzó esta situación y lo hablamos el mes pasado sobre lo que estaba pasando. Y nadie se ha comunicado conmigo. Estoy nuevamente y nada ha cambiado. Todavía se me niega la entrada a la escuela. Es muy triste que ni siquiera pueda dejar el almuerzo a mi hijo. Esto se siente como una represalia y quiero dejar claro que no he hecho nada malo para merecer este trato. Recibí una carta del director recibí una carta diciendo que no puedo estar en el plantel escolar ni siquiera en el estacionamiento. Es completamente injusto. Según el Código de Educación 51101, los padres tienen derecho de participar y estar presente en la escuela de sus hijos. No debería de estar excluido. Hoy quiero decir que ya no me siento segura ni cómoda hablando directamente con el director. He tratado de ser paciente y cooperativa, pero siento que se me ha ignorado y que no se ha tomado en serio mis preocupaciones. Les pido por favor que me escuchen esta vez. Solo quiero ser tratada con justicia y dignidad, sin temor a represalias. Gracias.
My name is Rosalba Morales. I have a son at Carver. He's diagnosed with autism. It's been a month since the situation began, and no one has contacted me. And I'm back here, and nothing has changed. I'm still being denied entry to the school, and it is very sad that I can't even drop off my son's lunch. This feels like retaliation, and I want to make it clear that I have done nothing wrong to deserve this treatment. Receiving a letter telling me I can't be on the school grounds, not even in the parking lot, is completely unfair. According to Education Code 51101, parents have the right to be involved and present in their child's education, in their child's school. I shouldn't be excluded. Today, I want to say that I no longer feel safe or comfortable speaking directly to the principal. I've tried to be patient and cooperative, but I feel like I've been ignored and my concerns haven't been taken seriously. I ask that you please hear me out this time. I just want to be treated fairly and with dignity without fear of further retaliation.
Es lamentable la situación actual en nuestro distrito escolar respecto al tema de educación especial. Respetables miembros del board, estimada superintendente doctora Pérez, comunidad en general. Precisamente hoy, varios padres estuvimos en este edificio en una reunión del CAC. Sin embargo, si 3 personas más hubieran llegado, no hubieran podido entrar debido al espacio tan reducido que se nos recibió. Aún más lamentable es la manera en que se está llevando a cabo dichas reuniones, donde se limita a los padres a expresar sus comentarios sobre las necesidades educativas de sus hijos. Es por eso que lo expreso frente a ustedes. Y lo peor, a los pocos padres que se les logra captar la atención de la administración, se nos prometen soluciones que nunca llegan. Recientemente se han hecho grandes cambios en la administración de educación especial, con nuevas personas y nuevas caras. Eso está muy bien, pero nosotros los padres seguimos con las mismas preocupaciones: seguridad, salud y bienestar. Hoy, aquí pedimos a este distrito escolar que trabajen realmente por nuestros estudiantes y para nuestros estudiantes. Gracias.
It is unfortunately that the current situation in our school district with respect to the special education topic. Respectable members of the board, esteemed Superintendent Dr. Perez, and community in general, just today, several parents were in this very building for a CAC meeting. However, if we had 3 more people present, we would not fit because the space was so limited where we were hosted or held. And even more sad is the way in which these meetings are taking place, where the parents are limited to express their comments regarding their the children's education needs. This is why I bring this before you. And the worst thing is that the few parents that do or are able to talk to the administration, they're promised solutions that never materialize. And recently, we have had great changes in the special education administration with new people and new faces. That's fine, but we, the parents, have the same concerns: security, health, and well being. And today, we are here to ask the school district to really work for the students and with the students and for the students. Thank you.
Next, we have Joana Perez, followed by Sofia Gutierrez, and followed by Marisela Guzman.
Good evening, members of the school board and superintendent. Hi, my name is Sofia Gutierrez. I am an 8th grader. Good evening, members of the school board and superintendent. Hi, my name is Sofia Gutierrez. I'm an 8th grader at McFadden. I'm here today because my English teacher, Ms. Kasai, hasn't been here most of the school year and has impacted my education. This year is a critical year since it is preparing me for high school. And English is one of the most important subjects. I am struggling to understand what we are learning because of no proper instructions. I am a visual learner and need more structure to understand our assignments. I'm here today to ask for more permanent substitutes in our classroom who can provide instructions and support. We deserve to be educated with someone who cares. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, members of the school board and superintendent. My name is Johanna Perez, and I'm the mother of Sophia, 8th grade at MIT. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to speak tonight. I am here as a concerned parent to address the ongoing issue of the English teacher, Ms. Kasai, being absent for most of the current school year. And this serious impact is having on my daughter and other students' education. My daughter is a brilliant, motivated student who thrives when she is instructed, engaging in an engaging classroom. But as a visual learner, she is struggling with the current setup, completing lessons on Google Classroom without consistent instruction or interaction. Watching her confidence and performance decline week after week has been incredibly frustrating. We understand that absence happen and that staffing has been difficult. But at this point, the temporary solutions are no longer working. These are critical months in her 8th grade academic development, and what's being lost can't be easily made up. What we're asking for is for a stable, consistent learning environment, specifically a permanent substitute teacher in that classroom who can provide real-time instruction and support. Our kids deserve more than digital worksheets and rotating substitutes. They deserve a teacher who knows their names, understands how they learn, and can help them succeed. We're not here to place blame. We are here to ask for action. Please help us ensure that students in this class are given the attention and instruction need to stay on track. For example, today and other times, the children have to be outside waiting for their substitute. And as it was raining today, my daughter got really wet. And it's really sad. But thank you for your time and for your commitment to our children.
Marisela.
Hola, sí, mi nombre es Marisela. Buenas tardes a todos. Soy mamá de una estudiante en octavo grado también en MIT. Estoy aquí esta noche para expresar mi preocupación sobre el problema continuo de personal en la clase de inglés de mi hija. La maestra de inglés ha estado constantemente ausente y aunque entiendo que ocurren cosas inesperadas, enfermedades, emergencias o asuntos personales, esta ausencia prolongada está afectando directamente el aprendizaje de los estudiantes. Según entiendo, esta maestra atiende a aproximadamente a 100 a 150 estudiantes, lo que significa que muchos alumnos están perdiendo instrucción constante y de calidad en un año tan importante. Octavo grado es un momento crucial. Nuestros estudiantes se preparan para la preparatoria y necesitan bases sólidas. En lugar de eso, la mayoría recibe tareas por Google Classroom, sin instrucción ni orientación diaria. Aprecio que se publiquen las tareas, pero ya se siente como aprendizaje de distancia. Y eso no es lo que las familias esperamos de la enseñanza presencial. Mi hija actualmente tiene una buena calificación y aunque sé que es una estudiante dedicada, no puedo evitar preguntarme en qué se basa realmente esa calificación si no hay enseñanza directa ni constante. No cuestiono el esfuerzo de mi hija, sino la consistencia e integridad de la instrucción. Otros estudiantes han dicho que se sienten perdidos y confundidos sin una maestra fija. La rotación continua de los estudiantes les dificulta mantenerse motivados y comprometidos. Entiendo que todos somos humanos y que la vida nos pasa a todos. Sin embargo, esto planta una pregunta importante. ¿Cuál es el protocolo del distrito cuando un maestro está ausente por tiempo prolongado? ¿Hay un plan para asegurarse que los estudiantes reciban instrucción significativa, equitativo y no solo tareas en línea? He hablado con la administración en McFadden y también con la doctora Alvarado en el distrito, quien me avisó que este asunto es una situación de recursos humanos. Pero según o sugirió ella, un sustituto residente, algo que está de manera constante ahí la persona, pero no ha sucedido. Nuestros estudiantes merecen estabilidad. Quiero aclarar que ante todo soy madre y como madre seguiré alzando la voz por mis hijos y todos los estudiantes que no tienen a alguien aquí esta noche para abogar por ellos. Nuestros estudiantes merecen estabilidad, estructura e instrucción constante, especialmente en una materia tan importante como el inglés. Espero sinceramente que esta situación se revise y que se establezca un plan para apoyar a nuestros estudiantes. Gracias.
Good evening, members of the board and superintendent. My name is Marisela Guzman, and I am the parent of an 8th grade student at McFadden Institute of Technology. I'm here tonight to express my concern regarding the ongoing staffing issue in my daughter's honors English language arts class. The ELA teacher has been consistently absent, and while I fully understand that unexpected things happen, illness, emergencies, and personal matters, this prolonged and repeated absence is now directly affecting student learning. From what I understand, this teacher serves roughly 100 to 150 students, which means a large number of students are missing consistent, high-quality instruction in such a critical academic year. 8th grade is a pivotal time. Our students, and this is the year they need strong foundations in reading, writing, and critical thinking. Instead, these students are mostly being assigned classwork and homework through Google Classroom, without daily instruction or guidance. While I appreciate that assignments are being posted, it's beginning to feel like distance learning, and that is not what families expect from in-person schooling. My daughter currently has an A in this class, and while I know she's a hardworking student, I can't help but ask, what is that grade truly based on if the learning experience lacks direct instruction and feedback? I'm not questioning my child's effort or capability, but rather the integrity and consistency of the instructions itself. Beyond my daughter, the other students have shared that they feel lost, confused, and unsupported without a consistent teacher in the classroom. The constant rotation of substitutes with no stability is making it difficult for them to stay engaged and motivated. I do want to emphasize that I understand we are all human, life happens to everyone. However, this situation raises an important question. What is the district's protocol when a teacher is out for an extended period of time? Is there a plan to ensure students continue to receive meaningful instruction, not just posted assignments? Because clearly, in this case, the current system is not working. I've spoken with school administration several times and even reached out to Dr. Alvarado, who confirmed that this is an HR matter. She did mention the idea of having a resident substitute, someone assigned to the class consistently, and I thought that was an excellent solution. Our students deserve at least the level of Our students deserve stability, structure, and consistent instruction, especially in a foundational subject like English language arts. I sincerely hope that this issue is reviewed and that a plan is put in place to support these students moving forward. Thank you for your time and for listening.
Next, we have Lourdes Bautista, followed by Elena Contreras, and then followed by Susan Krill.
Good evening, members of Board of Education. My name is Lourdes, and I'm the mother of students of 8th grade in McFadden Institute Technology. The reason why I'm here this evening is to express my concern about a problem constantly of personnel in my daughter's 8th grade English class. The 8th grader English class teacher, Ms. Caside, has constantly absent. First of all, I do understand that illness and personal situation occur in life, but this prolonged absence is affecting directly the learning of my daughter and her classmates. As I understand that the McFadden Institute of Technology is getting a residency substitute, but I don't think that's the solution. I'm concerned about this situation because I'm trying to speak with someone who can represent us as a parents to find a solution to replace this teacher or someone who is commit for the rest of the year. Um, so I so that's the so they can be prepared for high school. Today, my daughter told me that another teacher of same school substitute her Miss Kasai's class, a teacher who teach 8th grade math. Please explain me how this teacher is leaving her own math class to cover someone else's class. What are the protocol all the teachers are taking to substitute Miss Kasai's class? Thank you for listening.
Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Elena Contreras y soy mamá de Santiago Bautista. Mi hijo es estudiante de la escuela McFadden Institute of Technology. Yo estoy aquí también por la misma situación, porque estoy preocupada por las constantes ausencias de la maestra de inglés de mi hijo. Mi hijo es un estudiante que aprende de una manera lenta y Han pasado días, semanas que la maestra está faltando. Él dice que es aburrida esa clase, que ya no quiere entrar a esa clase porque la maestra nunca está, siempre está dejando les está mandando el trabajo y eso no le está ayudando a él en mucho. Yo entiendo que todos tenemos dificultades y que la maestra esté faltando, pero estamos aquí para pedirles por favor que nos ayuden a solucionar este problema, pues es el último año de nuestros hijos en esta escuela antes de entrar a la high school. Muchas gracias a todos por escuchar.
Good evening. My name is Elena Contreras, and I'm a mother of Santiago Bautista, a student at McFadden Institute of Technology. He learns differently. He learns more slowly, and the teacher has been absent many times, and he says that the class is boring because the teacher is not there, and that situation is not helping. We all may be going through difficulties. I understand that the teacher is being absent, but we are here to ask you to please help us to solve this problem because this is the last year of our students in this school before they go into high school.
Suzanne Krill.
Good evening. My name is Suzanne Krill, and I am a third grade teacher at John Muir. I am here to make a plea for the future of educators and students of SAUSD. For several years now, class sizes at many elementary schools in our district have been increasing. Due to budget cuts and declining enrollment, we have continually lost student and teacher support, all the while increasing the number of students in our classrooms. Post-COVID, students have come in with greater social emotional needs and academic deficits. District data is stagnant, which is proving that what we are doing is not working. Our students are coming into TK and Kinder without basic number or letter recognition, unable to focus for any length of time, and with very disruptive behaviors. Our first through fifth graders continue with wide academic gaps and growing behavioral needs that are not being properly handled. As a result, differentiation with small groups is next to impossible to manage and often not possible at all. We are working in silos, and the district is very far removed from the day in and day out issues that happen on a campus. Just last week, there was a violent threat against my life from an 8-year-old student in my class, and not one person from the district reached out to me. Teachers are fatigued and worn down more than ever before. Roughly 1/4 of our classroom is comprised of students who take up more time and attention than is manageable. 4 years ago, there was a push in our district for instructional assistants in every class. I'm not sure if they were ever hired. We have never had them at Muir. Dr. Perez spoke at a board meeting at the end of last school year and said that she had a plan for support for our increasing class sizes. We have up to 30 students in our classes and have not gotten any help thus far. Our special education students in a classroom, one special education class student requires hours of extra paperwork, meetings, and planning. Their needs are not being met. Many of us have had 3 to 5 SPED students in our general education classes and more that have not been tested or diagnosed yet. When a student is defiant, disruptive, or disrespectful, we are asked what PBIS strategies we are using. Administration is willing to help, but there are more students exhibiting poor behavior than administrators on campus. I am asking that you help us to help our students. Please limit class sizes to no more than 22 students in kindergarten through 5th grade. You are just seeing numbers. We are seeing dysregulated behaviors, intensive differentiation needs, and copious amounts of meetings and paperwork that are just making teaching unmanageable. If we must continue with larger class sizes, please hire one instructional assistant per teacher or shared between 2 teachers so that we can better handle our caseloads. I know budget cuts are real and make this seemingly impossible. I am asking that you scrutinize the budget and make cuts outside of classrooms whenever possible. I hope to see you all work together to ensure all teachers and students of SAUSD really are your number one focus. Thank you.
Next, we have Erica Perez, followed by Carla Perez and lastly with Joe Okotura.
Um, Good evening. My name is Erica Perez. I'm a proud parent of a Santa Ana High School student, and I stand here heartbroken but hopeful. Our children deserve school that uplift them, but what they're seeing now is confusion, frustration, and lack of leadership. The sudden removal of Coach Cunningham broke the trust of families. Um, this man inspired kids to believe in themselves. He helped them win Southern Section CIF title, taught them discipline and teamwork, and represented what great educators should be. Yet, despite his positive impact, he was dismissed without explanation. Parents have written emails, made phone calls, and reached out for answers, but we have received silence. No parent should be left in the dark about decisions that directly affect our children's life. The impact decision has been devastated. 11 students have quit the wrestling team because they have lost faith in the program and the adults meant to support them. These kids once showed up every day motivated and proud to represent their school, and now they're walked away disheartened. Even worse, funds donated specifically for the boys wrestling team have been used elsewhere, while those same boys have had to organize rides, cover fees, and represent themselves, something no student athlete should do. We're asking for the board to step up, to investigate, audit funds, and hold accountable anyone who has failed our kids. Transparency, honesty, and fairness must return to our school. This is not just about one coach. It's about a culture that's losing sight of what matters most, our students. They're watching how we respond. Let's show them that integrity still matters, that fairness still exists, and their voices and ours will be heard. Thank you for your time and commitment to do what's right for the students of Santa Ana High School. Thank you.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Carla Pérez, soy mamá de un estudiante de Santana High School. Estoy con la esperanza de ser escuchada y un poco indignada porque mi hijo es un estudiante muy bueno, con buenas calificaciones. Él practica wrestling con un coach profesional que lo ha enseñado, lo ha motivado, ha sido su mentor, ha mejorado en la escuela, en la casa. Yo creo que eso es lo más importante que debería de ser para una directora de esta escuela. Pero hace un mes ella tomó la decisión de quitarles el coach, el mentor, quien los motivó no solo a mi hijo, sino a 11 niños más, sin dar una razón ni un motivo de por qué los sacaba. Esta escuela ha tenido muy mal récord últimamente. Los niños no querían ir porque han sucedido cosas muy feas ahí. Ella ha despedido a algunos maestros y nos has dado la razón y nosotros hemos estado de acuerdo por las razones que ella ha dado, que es obvio que tenía que despedirlo. Pero en este caso despidió a un coach. Y yo como madre le exigí que me dijera el por qué lo despidió y ella simplemente dijo que él era muy bueno, pero que iba a tomar por otro lado. O sea, no le importó, le dije que no le importaba la salud emocional de mi hijo y de los 11 niños. Mi hijo salió de la lucha, tenía sueños de llegar, de ser un gran luchador, ganar un CIF, cosa que en Santana desde hace 5 años no se hacía. Él era como un padre para ellos, él los mantenía todo el tiempo ocupados, los motivaba. Ahora ellos se salieron, los 11 niños no tienen la última clase y están vagando en la escuela porque están desesperados, no saben qué hacer, se les terminó su sueño. Tengo miedo por ellos porque hay mucho niño que después de que no realiza sus sueños puede convertirse en algo más. Yo quiero ser escuchada y quiero que la directora recapacite de lo que hizo y que recapacite que les está afectando a nuestros niños mentalmente, emocionalmente y académicamente. Gracias.
Hi, my name is Sebastian.
Good evening. My name is Carla Perez, and I have my son at Santa Ana High School. And I'm here hoping to be heard because I'm very upset, very mad. My son is a good student. He has good grades. He's been in wrestling, and he has a great teacher, a professional coaching, a wrestling teacher, a wrestling coach. Because of that, he's been doing better at home and doing better at school. And for whatever reason, the principal got rid of the coach who motivated them, who was supporting all the kids, and the kids. We don't want the kids to go bad, to do bad stuff after that. And I don't know why she has fired other teachers, and we would agree with that with those. But when I asked her about the coach, I asked her why he fired the coach. He just said, that's okay because he's just gonna go elsewhere. And my son is not going to wrestling. He was had hopes to become a wrestler, go to CIF and bring CIF championship to Santa Ana High School, which Santa Ana has not have that in about 5 years. And he was like a father to them. He motivated the students, and now 11 of the kids are out of wrestling, and they're just going around, going out in the school, and they don't know what to do. I don't know what they're going to be doing, and I'm afraid for them because when kids don't have a purpose, they might go into bad stuff. So the principal, I want the principal to take this decision back, and because this is affecting our kids in their grades and their schooling and emotionally as well.
Hi, my name is Sebastian. I am a student at Santa Ana High School, and I just want to say Coach Pablo isn't just a coach to me. He's a mentor and a father figure. Before I met Coach, I was just another shy and timid teen. I had no confidence in myself and who I was. Coach made me see that I could do great things and to have my head always held high wherever I go. He taught me discipline, hard work, and how to be a great wrestler. Most importantly, how to be a good man. To not only be a champion on the mat, but also be a champion in life. He taught me to make a difference wherever I go, help and protect those who are unable to protect themselves. Coach Pablo isn't just preparing us for wrestling matches, he's preparing us for life. The last thing I want is for someone else to come and throw away everything we have built with Coach Pablo. I just ask that the person who made this decision took in mind how it would affect my team and I. Thank you for your time.
Joe, do we have Joe Okatura?
Good evening. Honorable President Bustos and respectable members of the SAUSD board. As a chaplain, my name is Chaplain Joe. Many in the faith community are requesting that you consider the adoption of a resolution for the designation of October 14th, 2025, as a National Day of Remembrance for Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk was a champion of free speech, civil dialogue, and faith. He consistently promoted the values of individual liberty, open debate, the importance of civic engagement, and the defense of constitutional principles. Charlie Kirk was recognized as one of the leading voices among the young leaders of the United States. Creating opportunities for civic education, fostering youth leadership, and promoting principles of liberty and democracy across the United States. Charlie Kirk was the founder and executive director of Turning Point USA, a nonprofit organization of thousands of chapters across the United States dedicated to educating students about principles of freedom, free markets, and limited government. Charlie authored multiple national best-selling books that engage readers in critical conversations about civics, culture, and the future of the United States. Through Mr. Kirk's writing, public speaking, and media presence, Charlie Kirk was able to reach millions of United States citizens, inspiring the next generation to become active participants in civil life. His life's work was contributed to strengthening public discourse, defending constitutional principles, and fostering active citizenship, and especially his efforts to bring these American ideals to life on college campuses in the United States. These acts cost him his life by means of an assassin's bullet on September 10th, 2025. So we ask for the support of honoring the designation of October 14th, 2025 as a National Day of Remembrance for Charlie Kirk. Thank you.
That concludes public presentations.
Right, thank you, Ms. Quiroz. And with that, we will now move on to our consent calendar. Do any of my fellow board members wish to remove any items from consent calendar 10.1 through 10.11? Ms. Lepsak, any items from you?
Yes, 10.3, 10.5, 10.6, 10.9. That's it.
Great. Dr. Alvarez?
10.2 and 10.4.
Okay. Ms. Magdaleno?
None.
Ms. Brazier-Seves?
None. Thank you.
Thank you. And none from me. Can I get a motion to can I get a motion to approve the remaining items?
Motion to approve?
Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, seeing and hearing none, let's proceed to vote. On a 5-yes vote, the motion carries. Let's move to item 10.2.
Acceptance of gifts in accordance with Board Policy 3290, gifts, grants, and bequests.
Can I get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Dr. Alvarez?
Yes. I had a couple of questions or a couple of clarifying questions of donation. So, for example, on the agenda we have that Century High School, the soccer team, was receiving some donations. So, with that donation, does that come to the district, or does it go to the school, or where does it go to?
Thank you for the question. So when we receive gifts, they come from a variety of different places, and I'll take the Century one, for example. So the school receives the gift from whoever, someone in the community. In this case, we can take a real one from Red Cross, American Red Cross. They are in communication with the school. The school prepares, paperwork and information stating who the donation is from, who the donation is for, so which group, if there is one identified on the campus, how much the amount is for, and that gets processed and sent then to the district office so that we can prepare it for the board docket. So that information originates at the school site. So when that information then comes to the district office, there are a multitude of departments that are involved, one of them being what was my former office with the Deputy Superintendent's office, where the paperwork is prepared. Also purchasing, our accounts receivable team is made aware so that they can, do the processing and make sure that monies are received and allocated back to the appropriate budgets.
So the donation comes in, the district office is notified, it goes through several different departments, they track it, they document it, and then after that, does it come to the board?
Yes, then that we prepare it for the board docket. All of those steps and process, prepare it for the board docket so that the board can then see what gifts are being given to the district and specifically to the school, so you guys all know who it's coming from and where it's going. And specifically sometimes, like for example, with American Red Cross, it's going to the Key Club at Century High School.
So the donation comes in, paperwork gets processed, it goes through different departments, it comes to the board, we approve the donation. So basically we're just saying we acknowledge that we received this donation, and then there's a letter that goes out to the donor.
Yes, and actually I do personally sign all of those letters still. I did that in my prior role, but I still do that as a superintendent, so that we are acknowledging the partnership and acknowledging our appreciation for community members, individuals, organizations that are making donations to our school district. So, and that's record for folks.
So just for clarification, if a donation comes into a school, does the money ever come to the district?
No, not to us. It is allocated to the designated groups that are intended to receive it. So Key Club will be receiving this money.
So the donation comes in, it doesn't come to the district, it stays at the site. And from there, it is allocated to whatever group that it's going to.
Yes.
But is there an accountant at the site? Is there an administrator at the site? Or who would be responsible for safekeeping that money?
Oh, yes. So ultimately, it is our school administrators. It's ultimately, they are the folks who are responsible literally for everything that happens on the campus. In this case, there may be an office manager, there may be an ASB accounts, person responsible for ASB accounts that would be involved at the school site.
So that money is kept at the school site. There's a person that's responsible. How does the money get distributed?
So
we get the donation, and let's say one of the clubs comes up and says, "Hey, you got money in our account. I want some of that money." What would be the process?
So ASB, and like this for Key Club, would be going through ASB, and ASB runs similar to, how not exactly how a school board works, but they have processes for how they actually allocate their dollars. It is up to the students to determine what that looks like.
And I'm asking these questions because there was a comment made in regards to a donation that it was misappropriated. So it seems like we have a couple of different safeguards in place. The donation comes in, the school notifies us, and once it gets here, it goes through different departments where the acknowledge that it's received is tracked. And then from there, it comes to the board. We acknowledge it. Then you send the letter out.
Yes.
And so you send a letter to the donor saying, "Thank you for your donation.
Yes,
You're
we do.
donating to this group, and we're going to be using the money to this group." And then so when it comes time to distribute the money at the school site, whenever they're ready for it, they'll go up to the ASB or the administrator, whoever's in charge. They'll say, "We're ready for the money," and then from there, the money will get distributed.
Yes.
So that person that's in charge of the money, they also keep track of all the money. So they have full bookkeeping of everything.
And yes, and actually that was going to be my point. There is auditing that's done. That has to be done every single year. The books get audited every single year to ensure that everything is accounted for and there is no mismanagement of funds that we're receiving, and that students are fundraising for. Oftentimes, the fundraising funds go, dollars go into that same account.
I have a couple more questions, but I'll just pass. It's good. Okay, let's just say if someone has a complaint regarding the process, what is the procedure that we have in place?
Yeah, so they would start with their school site. I want to really stress that there's, the school site administration should be the first point of contact so that they're made aware and that they may, if there is any issue, correct that issue. If there isn't any concern or issue, that they're able to provide clarity around the process and what, step by step, what happened with whatever was called into question.
So it starts at the school site. We have a process, the uniform complaint process.
Yes, we do.
Would that ever be at some point? Would that be triggered?
A parent or anyone could always, file a complaint in that way. Yes, that's something that everybody has the right and the ability to do.
And we have an administrator that's in charge of the uniform complaint process.
We
Who
have
would
a
that
couple
be?
of administrators who are in charge. If it's some of them go through our HR department and some of them go through our student services department.
And if someone wants to file a complaint, where can they find the form? Or how can they get the form?
It
How
is
can they initiate?
on our website. And I believe that each school, and because we're in transition with our school site websites, I believe it is linkable from the school websites, but definitely on our district website.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Dr. Alvarez, for those questions. Any other questions from my colleagues? Ms. Lepzak?
I think what you're probably getting at, Dr. Alvarez, is there was a large amount that was donated to Santa Ana High School boys wrestling, $20,000. So when that happened, soon after he was, I assume from the public comments, he was let go. But I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying what they're telling us. So you're giving me a look. So
Yes,
saying,
I do want
you can speak.
I do want us to be mindful that there are
Okay.
personnel matters involved. So I hear what
Okay.
you're saying, that you were
What they're
repeating what it was
informing
said.
us about. So I guess we can just let it go at that. I don't know. I just don't know.
Yeah, there is a personnel matter involved, and I would not want to violate that person's rights by speaking in public about any of those things. I'm happy to share information with our board members individually, provide information that the board is collectively asking for to all of the board. Happy to do that.
Okay, and after, let's say a large amount is donated to a school specifically, in this instance, to a sports team, can a donor request that money back? Or once they give it, is it given? I guess what I'm saying is donors, we have to be careful, like strings attached type of donations. So I'm just asking.
I will say that there have been instances where we have returned donations. That is what I'll say.
Thank you.
Dr. Alvarez?
Just real quick, I wanted to elaborate on that, but I just wanted to mention something that we talked about that we dealt with in public in one of our meetings. So if during this agenda item, I think this was back in March, an agenda item came up to us indicating that a donation had come in. The school site had said it was for one group, but it wasn't for that group. It was for another group. The district became aware of it. There was an agenda item stating this donation was received before, but we're bringing it back forward to correct that it is for this particular group. So when it originally came in, we approved it for one group, but it was for the other one. It was brought back to us. We corrected it. We publicly said, hey, there was this mistake. The money is in that account.
Yes, and I mean, these were all public actions, so I do feel comfortable speaking about that. And because you raised the question, yes, in fact, at some point there was a donation made to, it came to us as Santa Ana High School girls wrestling. That is how the paperwork came to us. And so that is how we documented it on our board agenda item. And that is how we sent the letter to the donor. Through that process, we were made aware that it was for the boys wrestling at Santa Ana High School. So rather than just moving money, we actually brought that back for public and for our board, and we noted that on the agenda so that we were acting in all highest transparency to make that correction and have it be known what we were doing.
All right, seeing no other speakers on the list, let's proceed to vote. On a 5-yes vote, the motion carries. Let's move to item 10.3.
Approval of extended field trips in accordance with Board Policy 6153, School-Sponsored Trips, Administrative Regulation 6153, School-Sponsored Trips, Administrative Regulation 6153.1, Extended School-Sponsored Trip, and Board Policy 5145.31, Transgender, Non-Binary, and Gender Non-Conforming Students.
Can I get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve?
Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Ms. Lepsak?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was wondering if we could get a list of the science camps that we partner with and what schools partner with what camps. I know we have about 4. Okay. Also, I was wondering if any of our schools are still partnering with the Pali Science Institute.
Yes, we will be happy to get that information.
Okay. The other question is, Ms. Reinhardt, our full-time LGBTQ school district liaison, said at our last board meeting that overnight elementary camping organizations vary in their policies based on if they are publicly or privately owned or operated. So my question is, are parents made aware of these varied overnight camp policies before they agree to send their kids on overnighters?
Whether they're publicly or privately operated, that I don't know sitting right here today, but I know that the team, we received the questions and we are looking into those things.
Okay, great. And lastly, does Mahmoud versus Taylor, which says parents must be notified and provided an opportunity for opt-out of if there's any instruction or activities that goes against their sincerely religious held beliefs, does it apply to overnight camps, curriculum, instruction, and practices?
That is a great question, and knowing that Mahmoud versus Taylor is, fairly new and there's still a lot of guidance that's being worked out, we have posed that question to legal. At face value, it sounds like if there's curriculum involved, there would be a way to do that, but we do want to make sure that we're running those things through legal just because there is, at this point, not a lot of clear guidance around Mahmoud versus Taylor on all things.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Dr. Alvarez?
I just had a couple of questions regarding the process. So let's say there's a field trip. The school organizes a field trip. They say, okay, this class is going to go to the field trip.
Mm-hmm.
So what outreach is done to the parents? Is there a parent meeting? At the parent meeting, we are required to, by policy, to give them certain notifications. What notifications do we give them? Are they given an opportunity to say, yes, I want my kid to go, or no, I don't want my kid to go?
Yes, definitely. When there is any type of field trip, overnight, field trip period, but overnight in particular, there is a parent meeting where they're able to go through all of the, logistics of the field trip, but also learn about what students will be partaking in during the field trip. Those opportunities are always afforded to our families. We don't just assume that families are going to be, willing and able to have students participate. Now to your specific question about what is given to them, specifically, I would want the team to provide more information with relationship to that as far as the permissions and what those things look like. I know that we can provide that in great detail for the board.
And one last question in regards to outcomes. So we put together this field trip. We send the kids out there. There has to be an academic component to it.
Mm-hmm.
How do we measure the outcomes of that particular trip, and how do we determine what outcomes we want to measure as a result of that trip?
That's a great question. So yes, field trips are and should be and are aligned to content standards. Oftentimes, the field trips like we see today are around science standards. We're looking at things to quantify outcomes around experiences. That is a little bit challenging, but learning happens very deeply when students actually have the opportunity to have an experience and engage. And we know this, we remember things from our experiences. So that is why we have field trips. That is why we take kids to visit colleges, because when you experience things, there's a different part of your brain that gets tapped and solidifies your learning. You remember learning is social, and you remember that feeling. I think about field trips that I experienced as a teacher, even watching my students understanding plate tectonics in a different way because they're out there in the environment and thinking about how mountains and volcanoes and things are layered and how it all happens. there is, a very deep learning that happens when students are able to experience things.
And finally, my last question is, how do we determine who goes on these field trips? So on this particular item, we have 46 kids from Pio Pico going, 31 from Jefferson, and then 30 IB kids. So I know that we have more than 30 IB kids. So how do we determine who gets to go on these field trips?
So for that, in particular, the IB piece, that may be a grade level or a particular content area, specifically, and that's a college visit, I believe. Right. So it might be part of a specific content area for that AVID group. The elementary schools, it's offered to everyone. Again, we're not forcing folks, so that would be family decisions. So I imagine, and I think about my own experience as a principal, I would have 150 or so kids at a grade level. We wouldn't take 150 just because families would opt to not have their students participate.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Right, seeing and hearing no other questions, let's proceed to vote. On a 4 yes, 1 no vote, the motion carries. Item 10.4.
Approval, ratification of listing of agreements, contracts with Santa Ana Unified School District for 2025 to 26 school year.
Can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
Can I get a second? I will second. Any discussion? Dr. Alvarez?
Just a quick question. We have on here Amplify. I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit about what Amplify is, why it's important, and what outcomes we're seeking from that one.
Thank you. I am going to turn it over to the team to share a little bit more about this. They are going to be excited to share.
Good evening. Just one moment. Correct. Good evening. We are in process of starting our implementation of the SB 114. And so Amplify will be providing to all of our kindergarten to second grade teachers learning around the M-Class system, which will be used for our reading difficulty screener that you all adopted last June.
Can you talk about some of the screening what might surface in some of the screening, some of the things that we might, reading difficulties that might surface through this?
Yeah, so in each one of the grade levels, there are specific areas that we're looking for in terms of nonsense word fluency for our students. In particular, with the SB 114, we are looking for students that may be experiencing difficulty with their phonological awareness, and so this screener will allow us to be able to identify those things. It will flag the students as potentially having a reading difficulty, and then in response to that screener, we will then put together a plan for that student, and the teachers would provide targeted intervention to help support in that area.
We had a speaker earlier that mentioned the difficulties that children were having coming into our school system. The Conditions of Children report consistently over the last couple of years has mentioned that children are entering our schools without being prepared. So this is a tool that's going to help us identify kids that need help.
Of our existing students
Right.
that are entering into our school system beginning as early as kindergarten. And so phonological awareness, which is one of the things that is very foundational in helping a student to learn how to read, a lot of that can be boosted, you could say, by a lot of exposure to language development in the early years, even before they enter into our school system. And a lot of the time you do that through rhymes and songs and different types of wordplay and conversation with students and developing their language, which is really what our transitional kindergarten instructional program is super focused on, in being able to build rich language-rich types of opportunities for our children to engage in when they're in the transitional kindergarten classroom and also when they're in our ECE classrooms. But it can all start way before that too, at home with parents.
And just for clarification, this tool, this screener, is not necessarily a screener for dyslexia, but it helps identify difficulties?
Correct. It helps to identify that there is a potential for dyslexia. We do not have the ability to screen as an educator. We don't have the ability to screen for dyslexia or diagnose dyslexia. That's a medical diagnosis. And so it does provide us the ability to be able to identify students that present similar difficulties. But if for an actual diagnosis of dyslexia, it does need to be diagnosed by a medical professional.
So we use the screener, we identify difficulties. How do you get a kid, you identify a kid that's having difficulties, how do you get him diagnosed for dyslexia if we don't do that ourselves? It has to be done by somebody else.
Well, sometimes dyslexia does have to do with processing, right, and how individuals learn. And when we're saying that it's the reading difficulty is a potential for dyslexia, meaning that we are probably identifying something that needs to be addressed. It could be that they need to receive the learning in a different way. And with this one in particular, the way that the legislation is written or the way that it's written, it does require us to provide students an opportunity to be able to have multimodal learning as a response to the intervention they need, because the multimodal learning will allow for students to be able to be more tactile, to do more physical types of things, to help reach one of the other ways in which they learn. If the first way in which they were presented didn't work for them, and then you see how they respond after that.
Ms. Roque, would
Yes.
we have the parent involved in this?
Yes, so we are set to screen in January, and that's why we need to start training our teachers this next month after the approval of the consultant agreement. So we will notify the parents in December that the screening is going to happen, and then after the screening takes place, the parents will receive a report about the results of their child's screening. They will also receive a plan identifying what the school will be doing in regards to responding to the results that they're being provided.
And specifically to answer Dr. Alvarez's question, he was asking about if we don't do that diagnosis, then how do we get to that diagnosis if that's the case? Can we talk a little bit more about the parents' involvement there? Because we are not giving a diagnosis. They're going through the screener. I'm imagining some conversations are happening with the family.
True. So there are lots of conversations happening with the family. So the first initial conversation would be the notification, and then allowing the teacher to provide the recommended intervention for the student. And then at that point, the teacher is progress monitoring to see what their response is to the intervention or the additional support that they're receiving. And then typically that would take place for about 8 weeks. And if you work through our MTSS system, typically then you present those results, right, to the parent, letting them know the student has responded to the intervention. They're making appropriate rate of response in terms of the intervention they're receiving, and you continue to provide the support, and then the parent is told they're making adequate progress. If that doesn't happen, then the students typically within our cost system or our coordination of services teams, they will look at the individual student, the rate at which they're learning, how they're responding to the interventions, whether it's showing positive growth or maybe in some case it's not showing positive growth, and then determine what the next steps are after that. So sometimes it could be additional interventions, sometimes it could be a referral to a school psychologist to potentially do some sort of additional testing. And then sometimes parents do go to their medical professional to see if there's something else beyond that.
I have more questions, but I'll wait.
How about you finish, because Ms. Brazier-Seves has questions about another item. So.
I lost my train of thought. No, wait.
Sorry, I talked too much.
So on this one, it's we're spending all this money, and it's a screener for K through second. So does this mean that we're going to be providing professional development to all K through second teachers?
Correct. And so SB 114 does require that it's in place for all students kindergarten to second grade. This is statewide. In addition to that, we did also use additional funds, district funds, to include our third grade teachers. So we will be training all kindergarten through third grade. The additional funding coming from the district is supplementing the state allocation that was provided toward this professional learning opportunity for our teachers.
Right. And the amount of this one was $97,000, so it means that it had to go through the bidding process? Did it go through the bidding process?
So the state only adopted, they had a specific list of screeners that were approved by the state for adoption. So we were limited to just that list that was put out by the state.
So we didn't put it out for bid because the state had their own list of people that were pre-approved.
Correct. There are specific tests that company had to prove, like when the legislation was passed, the company had to apply and go into a process of being vetted as a qualified tool and screener. So it couldn't just be any company that we could purchase from. It had to be a specific list. Mm-hmm. And the funding was allocated by the state per pupil to be able to move forward with adopting one of the qualified screeners or one of the companies that they deemed qualified.
So the state of California said, this is the list, these incorporate best practices, these are evidence-based, and then they gave us the list and they allowed us to choose. And we chose the one that we felt that was most appropriate for our children?
Correct.
And that is typically how any curriculum would be adopted. There are folks who have a lot more resources and time to vet these, to vet programs, even if it's a science curriculum, any curriculum. So the similar process. We rely on folks to do a vetting. And I'll tell you what we do at the local level is really ask ourselves the question about how does it meet the need of our particular demographic, thinking about that we have dual language, that we have, just the different things that make up our school district, and that informs the decision that we make.
Thank you.
No problem.
Ms. Brazier-Seves?
Yeah, thank you. Same item. Yeah, thank you. So I was glad that this item was pulled, and thank you for your questions, kicking off the conversation, Dr. Alvarez. It's a very important conversation. I know we had parents here earlier this evening and at the last board meeting as well to discuss this issue. And I wanted to share with the community, when I was our CSBA representative, I actually had the opportunity to meet with then Senator Newman when he was with the Education Committee and was leading these efforts to pass this legislation. And so to see it come full circle in our district, and I know, I have siblings and a parent who struggled with literacy in school, and seeing the impact, right, of that, like not really being maybe addressed in certain ways, has had a, personal significance to me to see this come. And so when I hear our parents sharing, really, I'm really grateful that they're advocating and helping us lead these efforts and reflect. But I'm also glad to hear the perspective of how it's being implemented, right? Because I know there's a lot of questions. So have these conversations taken place at the CAC meetings, and have all of our parents kind of had the opportunity to ask these same questions and get the same information? Do we know?
Yes, so I did present to CAC on just the overview of SB 114 and all of the required elements of SB 114, and also presented to them what the process would look like and what tool we have available. I showed them screenshots of what the reporting would look like, answered questions that they had in relationship to our implementation of SB 114.
Okay, thank you. And then,
and it does apply to all of our students in the general education classroom, because CAC is it is an audience of parents of students with disabilities, and so we did talk about whether it would apply to their students or not, and how they could tell if it would apply to them or not.
Thank you. And also with that, I know that I recently was given a few pamphlets from our district on dyslexia. Is that related to these efforts? Would you be able to speak to that, or someone from the team, and have our parent leaders who've been kind of charging this effort? Was that in collaboration with some of those conversations?
Yes, yeah. And I looked over, Mr. Bustamante is not there. I think he's talking with some of our parents right now. But yes, that was actually, he came into my office and was all excited, like, look, we we put this together, we're wanting, just so that we're building that awareness and honoring, what our parents are coming here to share, that it's not going, just we're falling on deaf ears. We are really, listening and trying to make sure that we are responding and building that awareness for our whole community, because I believe they are here on behalf, our parents who come are here on behalf of not just themselves, but other parents.
Okay, thank you.
And I am scheduled to speak at we do have another, I guess Ms. Lisa calls it the FLACA group. So
parent leadership.
I'm trying to become a part of that club, but it's not working. So, but anyway, sorry. I am scheduled to meet with those parent leaders pretty upcoming too.
To share about these efforts and
to
these
give them
updates.
the same overview that I provided to the CAC group. So slowly but surely we're making our way around to the parent groups.
Thank you for sharing that. And that was a good point, that this applies to all of our students.
Yes.
Not just those with IEPs. So students who maybe haven't been identified as needing those extra layers of supports.
And that's really the goal behind it, right? I don't know, you may be familiar with Governor Newsom's background, but he does have dyslexia, and so he's super passionate about our reading efforts across the state. And so that's the goal, is early intervention and to identify it early, because it is something that with the appropriate supports you can overcome and still be a very successful adult.
Thank you. I really appreciate the efforts and intentionality in this. I know one of the things I heard our parents say today was, and in their posters, that it can affect the confidence and well-being of our students. And that's something I've seen within my own family members who have dyslexia. And so it's very encouraging to see all of the ways our district is really rallying around what our parents are asking for and just stepping up to what at the state level, what we're trying to do. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Ms. Lepsak.
Yeah, with 10.4, but it's actually number 4 about a consultant for $71,000 to analyze scheduling practices. I just have a question about that. What are they analyzing, and is it because of better outcomes? I wasn't sure. Block schedule, special ed pullout.
Dr. Alvarado will provide information around that.
Great. Yeah. Thank you.
Good evening. So this work really aligns to our priorities around increasing literacy and closing the achievement gap, also with reclassification of English learners, and then our college and career readiness. It's also part of the board's metrics on the priorities, and so what we're doing is we're using this consultant to begin to investigate our practices within a master schedule. So there are things that we are currently doing that is a best practice in terms of assuring better student outcomes. But there are also things that might exist within master schedules that are a barrier to learning. We want to make sure that within the master schedules that there are during the day interventions that are in place, designated ELD, and that these practices are not only identified, but then also allow us to expand it into other places. So we're going to pilot this work with 2 of our schools. We've identified 2 schools, Valley High School and Carr Intermediate. We're also looking at possibly doing it at, or beginning this work at Lydia Romero Cruz Academy, just as an elementary maybe scope of it, but really the focus is going to be around Carr and Valley. Valley also has our career education pathways, so looking at cohorting the pathways, and when we cohort either the students throughout a pathway, the outcome that has for students in terms of meeting college and career indicators on the dashboard. So really it's just being able to take the time to evaluate master schedules. We know that master schedules really has an impact on how students perform during the day. These are the hours that we have with students. And so really helping our schools not only look at how you build a master schedule like through logistics where you place the assignments that you give teachers, the hours that you place certain courses, but also just looking at the instructional design of a master schedule.
Okay, that's clear. So I know our goal is better outcomes, academic outcomes, and that's why we have this consultant to see how the scheduling impacts our outcomes. So I know you gave us the outcomes, the SBAC outcomes. I think you gave us 3 years worth to compare grade levels. It also compared special ed, gen ed, EL students, and then races. My question is, do we ever have a comparison of schools? Like, how is this elementary school compared to that elementary school? So that when we look at these, we can say, well, maybe this school is doing this particular thing that we can learn from.
Yes, and that is exactly what we do all the time internally. And tonight, excited to be able to share with the board in our community where we'll be going with that in this public space every month, so that we are looking at that data in more deliberate ways, so that we are looking at those schools and programs that are getting great outcomes, and how do we learn from that, scale that, so that it benefits our entire district.
Great, thank you.
And I just want to add that the funding for this comes through an A through G grant, and so that sunsets at in June of 2026. So if we don't use this funding, then we lose it. So we want to make sure that we're using it wisely, and we feel master schedule work and analysis is definitely a good use of the funds.
Great.
Ms. Brazier-Seves?
Yeah, in line with this conversation, I did just want to take one moment to highlight item number 6 with clear impact, and just highlight for the community what I'm seeing in these consultants, and the efforts that we're gearing to have a lot to do with the presentation that's coming. But it's really intentional work and partnership to build our capacity to look at what's working. Similar to the last item. I don't know if Dr. Perez, if you want to share anything on this item.
Sure. I will say that, with this governance team, the direction that I've been given and where we're putting our energy is really around the student outcomes. And I heard that, and I'm, glad that you guys are seeing all the things that actually are on our agenda that are adding value to that topic. That's how it should be. That is what we expect, and how we, like things. I want you to see evidence of that. I want our community to see evidence of that. And with clear impact, this is actually to help us have a way to really look at the data real deliberately, as well as allow for partners who also may be adding value to our outcomes to also provide inputs and that way this becomes a collective impact. And I'll talk more about that during my presentation, but I'll give you an example. If we are partnering with, let's say, the City of Santa Ana and the Parks and Rec, and they have programming that is focused on literacy, which I believe they will, around literacy as well, then we are saying, oh, those are also inputs that are going to add value to our third grade reading literacy rates. So this clear impact allows for things more than just our district data, but something like High School Inc., which we know is very involved in our district and has a lot of points of intersection and inputs. We can then add those, the metrics and the things that they are lever points to show how we are really getting the return on the investment.
Thank you, and I wanted to thank you for the intentionality behind these efforts, and also I wanted to thank Dr. Wolk for her work on this as well. Thank you.
Alrighty, seeing and hearing no other comments and trying to move us along, we do have a presentation and a public hearing in this meeting. Let's go ahead and proceed to vote. Thank you. On a 5-yes vote, the motion carries. Let's move to item 10.5.
Approval of listing of no-cost agreements, contracts with Santa Ana Unified School District for 2025 to 26 school year.
Can I get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Ms. Lepsak?
Yeah, I have a question on number 3, the American Career College Education Foundation. It says that we test and instruct adults. I don't really get that. I feel we're a pre-K through 12 entity, so why would we be instructing and testing adults?
Our team is making their way up.
American Career College, just like, and I'm Lisa Gonzalez-Solomon, Director of Family and Community Engagement. American Career College, just like our other partners like Santa Ana College, they offer GED classes, HiSET classes. They're the ones who are instructing. It's just a partnership that we have with them so we can offer additional classes.
And this is part of the no cost.
No cost.
But my question is, why aren't they going to the community colleges? I mean, is it for the sake of convenience? Or
let me actually share some pieces around how we're structured, because I think this is important for our whole community to be aware. Someone asked me a similar question recently. So Santa Ana Unified does not have ownership of our adult ed program. Many districts do. If you look around, we do not have an adult ed program. In many districts, and we have oversight of that. As a TK-12 district who owns adult ed, typically would have oversight of that. We do not. Goes way back. Historically, that ability and right was given over to our community college. So what we do is actually partner with the community college to bring those resources and those opportunities into our community. If we operate it, and I'm going to just say Garden Grove, they have their own adult ed. They would be actually providing that and receiving the funds, for the adult ed through the consortium. But we actually chose a long time ago to partner with Santa Ana College, and they do receive our adult ed funds. So this is us, when we're partnering with Santa Ana College and others, this is us actually bringing the adult ed pieces into the community, where in many districts it actually does sit.
Or is it a night class, or are these classes being done during the day when kids are having school time?
And I'll have
Some
Lisa share that.
Some are done at night and some are done during the day. And with American Career College, they also offer all free materials, childcare, and access to technology, which isn't always offered in all classes, but they are offered at different times. It'll be through the Wellness Center. Sometimes they use a community wellness center. So Roosevelt parents have been taking the classes at the Roosevelt Community Center.
And is this only parents, or is this anybody in the community?
The people that we've had participating in the one class that they've been doing up to this point, it was at the community center. It was a mix of both. Until this is approved, we don't have any other classes on campus yet.
I mean, honestly, I find it a little bit of a problem to have a mixture of both, to bring in adults from the community that may not necessarily be parents during the instruction time of our kids. I can see nighttime, but I can't see during the day. With so many things going on in our world, it just doesn't seem necessary, and I think the risks are too high. So I'm going to vote no on that. So I'm going to ask if we can separate that from our, in our agenda.
I do want to reassure the community that anybody who would come onto campus, but I actually heard you say that it was at the community center, which is
Roosevelt
not
Community Center.
on our campus where our students, if you, Roosevelt Walker, there is actually a clear definitive separation. They're not on our campus. I know it's adjacent.
Okay. Oh,
Yeah.
so they're not in the school.
No, they're at the site right next door. Yeah,
Okay, at Roosevelt.
at the Roosevelt Walker Community Center.
Right, which we have preschool classes in.
Yes.
So we still have students in there, so I'm still going to vote no.
No problem. And again, I do want to clarify for the community, we're always following our procedures. I don't want anybody to hear or think that there are not safety mechanisms. Just we would be raptoring and doing all of the things like we normally would.
Dr. Alvarez?
Just real quick for clarification. Santa Ana College offers classes on our campuses for parents, usually during daytime when schools are in session. What is our protocol for parents that want to come onto our campus to take those classes?
Any parent who comes onto the campus to take classes has to be raptored in, and they do it like every day. They have to raptor in to take these classes, and then they're always supervised by a FACE liaison or someone, staff. If a FACE liaison were to be out, it would be one of the school staff or one of our team.
And the educational code specifically states that they have to sign in, they have to check, that they have to be supervised at all times.
Yes.
And we do have staff available to supervise at all times.
Yes.
Thank you.
I just want to mention, I've been in the Roosevelt Walker Community Center. I used to teach there because I taught the preschool classes there, and I don't recall seeing the Raptor system in the community center.
That we don't have one at that community center. Those
That's why I'm
classes
voting
are
no.
separate from the adult classes.
Yeah, that's where our adult classes are, right, in the community center, and we
It
don't
is,
have a Raptor
but
system
they're in
there.
separate areas of the building.
Well, I'm very familiar with the building, so.
Ms. Brazier-Chavez?
So let's see. I just wanted to make a quick comment on item number 9 for turnaround arts. And thank you to our team for the information. I guess before I get started with that comment, I just want to say, I really value the value that we have as a district to support our adults and our parents who want to go back to school to earn their high school diploma or through their GED or high set. So thank you for making that possible with these partnerships. And I just wanted to highlight the turnaround arts, item number 9. Last year, I had the opportunity to attend one of the student performances. It was the Willard Jazz Band, Intermediate Jazz Band, and I had the opportunity to connect with Principal Benavides and her students, along with Dr. Alvarez, and just to see the power of this program, and also Segerstrom, our partners over at Segerstrom Center of the Arts, to see our students performing in a space like the Kennedy Center in Washington, D.C., with professional, top-of-the-line instruments, and to see the pride that they had and the achievement. What I took away from this partnership was when our students are given the opportunity to rise to a high standard of achievement, and they're given the tools and belief that they can do it, they can do it, and they can do more. When I watched their performance, I thought I was watching like an adult professional jazz band, to be honest. I hadn't seen them prior to to this event. So when I learned that they had come such a long way and that they had, when they were selected to be part of this program and performance, that they had started practicing outside of their regular practice hours, like on their own. And once I understood where they had started to where they came, and the reason why I bring this up is when we're talking about academic achievement, I believe it's the same. It's the standard that we set for our students and the belief we have in their potential to achieve. They're going to be able to do it with the supports and belief. So I think this is a great way to bring in like the arts for our students and allow them to experience that success. So I'm really excited to see that we're still partnering.
Thank you. I just want to make some comments around the safety of our students when having guests on our campuses or adjacent buildings, and want to make sure and reassure our community that we have systems and protocols in place for a reason to ensure the safety and security of your children. And so I don't want to take away from the importance of actually having and being able to provide these services to parents of our children, adults in our community who otherwise wouldn't have access to services like this. But at the same time, I want to ensure that the safety and well-being of our students is a priority. So if these classes are taking place in the Roosevelt Walker Community Center, I do agree that there needs to be protocols in place around ensuring that the people that are entering that building are going through a process, a screening process, whether it be the Raptor system or whatever it is. I understand that it's a community center that we don't operate. We're just having those meetings in. And so if that's going to be an issue, then I suggest just moving those classes back to Roosevelt Walker Elementary School and having, holding them in a place that might be more suitable, that might be able to hold those parents. But I do agree that there does need to be some level of protocol security in place to ensure that, while also making sure that we are doing what we can to encourage our parents and families to be active members in our communities and our schools. And so I would like us to look at that specific site. And I don't know if there are, actually you just mentioned that Roosevelt Walker is the only site that that this organization has partnered with so far, but there might be more. And I actually don't know if other schools that might be participating in this are even looking at, other sites outside of their own school site. But that's something that I want us to look at and really reconsider. And so I'm going to vote yes on this agreement, with that caveat that we need to make sure that any and all individuals that are coming onto our campuses or are in spaces in close proximity to our students, that there is a protocol in place to ensure the safety and security. Okay. I guess that, with that, Ms. Lepsak, would you still be willing to support the item if, parents or community members who would like to attend these meetings, if there was a protocol like the Raptor system, which is a secure system, it's a system that we've been using to ensure that, the people that are coming onto our campuses, school sites, that, should be there are there, that should not be there are not there. Would you be willing to support it?
Yeah, under that condition, yes.
Okay. So with that, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All right. Seeing and hearing none, let's proceed to vote. Okay. On a 5-yes vote, the motion carries. Let's move to item 10.6.
Approval ratification of listing of grant award applications with Santa Ana Unified School District for the 2025 to 26 school year.
Can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Stepsack?
Yeah, on number 4, it talks about adopting and expanding restorative justice practices to reduce disciplinary action for $78,000 coming from the California Department of Ed. My question is always, are we talking to our teachers? Are we asking our teachers, is restorative justice working in our classrooms? what is working. And of course, I do know a lot of teachers, and I ask them. And I think, what I'm hearing is they want to see that there's assertive discipline mixed with restorative practice and PBIS. That there's consequences. It's not always just rewards, but there's also consequences for elementary and for middle school and high school. Because, me being a teacher myself, I have my own experiences, and I know that when I taught English high school in Las Vegas for many years, I had this one experience where I walked in after being home with my kids, and then I went back into teaching, and I came in where there was like what that one, those moms were talking about, where you had sub after sub after sub, and I came in the middle of the year after they couldn't keep a sub, and it was mayhem, and it was like, I had kids cussing me out. I had kids walking out of class. It was mayhem. And I told the administrator, I said, I used to be a probation officer. Like, I was a peace officer, and I can get this class under control. But I cannot get it under control until I have your support, and you're going to come in and start giving consequences for every time a kid cusses or disrupts or walks out. This is not a learning environment. And once that happened, I was able to get that class under control. But until that happened, I was like, you're going to lose another person because I'm not going to take the abuse, and nobody's going to take the abuse. Okay? You can't pay me enough to take this kind of abuse. And, once I did get that class under control, actually, they gave me a contract and didn't even interview me. Because they said, we saw you could do it. I said, yeah, but I didn't do it without that administrative backup, right? So I know the administrators that are listening, they understand. But we need our administrators to back up our teachers. And we need to listen to our teachers and to find out what's going on. What's going on? I am hearing some teachers being very frustrated, saying, we've got a dress code, but nobody is enforcing that dress code, and we've got girls coming with very, very short shorts and halter tops, and it's very distracting, but they don't feel that they have to turn a blind eye because they can't get the administrators to back them up and to enforce the rules. Do you know what I'm saying? And so I'm asking this because even though we're getting this money from the CDE, I don't want us to be the tail wagging the dog. I don't want us to be, we're going to just do it because the CDE says we should do it. What works for us? It's not just about the dashboard. It's not just about, our suspensions are going down. It's not just about that. It's about what's going on in those classrooms. Do we have classroom control? Do we have a learning environment? Are kids learning? Because that's where we're going to get good outcomes, is if we have good discipline and it's not mayhem in the classroom and chaos. So I just want to know, before we adopt this and just say, yeah, let's do restorative justice, what are we hearing from the teachers? Is it working?
Good evening. So this grant, just to put a little more context, this is for one school site, and it is to pilot it at Santa Ana High School. Currently, our restorative practices, our school sites contract with Project Kinship and Neutral Grounds. And what those contracts do, it provides an additional person at the school site to facilitate conflict mediation or circles where they can address incidents that have happened or if there's any type of harm. Specifically, though, to address your questions, in regards to feedback from teachers, we at Santa Ana High School, we actually hosted a webinar at the end of May, and we gathered some feedback from the community as well as others that participated. And there were two things that came out as themes. One is the importance of students being connected to the school, and the other one was safety. So with that said, we had put in the application for restorative practices because there was a question about restorative practices at our schools. We do not have restorative practices fully embedded in all of our school sites. Like I said, right now they contract. With that said, in regards to PBIS and discipline, we do have guidelines that are provided to our school administrators, and they are progressive discipline guidelines. With that said, the guidelines do indicate the different education code violations regarding student behavior. It also informs the administrator what is the appropriate code within ARIES. So when you mention assertive discipline, teachers have a right, they have access to view assertive discipline so they can see that there is follow-up. They have a definition as to what those behaviors are, and then it is broken up into two sections. One is a short-term progressive discipline response, meaning that there is a consequence, and it gives just suggestions because a lot depends on what comes out of the investigation. The second piece is a long-term response, and that is the restorative practice piece. And what we're looking at is building the capacity with our school staff so that we can address the skill set where that gap is, why we are seeing certain behaviors, but that's the long-term. So there is a combination whenever there is an incident or something being reported. There should be a short-term consequence with a long-term restorative practice attached to it. And the guidelines also then indicate a checklist for our administrators. It's expectations that we have for them when something is being reported to them, and it even takes into consideration students with an IEP and students who are on a 504. I think you also asked about, the purpose of it. So really the purpose of restorative practices is giving school staff just strategies and tools on how to build community within the classroom. Those strategies and activities look very different than what those circles look like that are facilitated by Project Kinship and Neutral Ground staff. The other thing that it focuses on is improving relationships. And again, we look at that outcome on our panorama data regarding school connectedness. And we know when students are connected to school, then we have better outcomes. The other piece is that it gives a skill set about communication. So whenever there is a disagreement or students don't like each other, we don't force them to like each other, but they can come to a place where they can talk and they can come to an understanding, but it develops those skill sets.
I mean, it sounds wonderful, and I think it has a lot of great things, and I'm not against restorative justice in any way. I just want to say that as long as there's a consequence, because when I have teachers tell me they're getting cussed out by a student, and then they're supposed to go to restorative justice, and the kid doesn't want to go to restorative justice, and then there's no consequence, that just tells other kids, oh, look how we can treat teachers. Right? That's the message. So I think what you said was key. There's a consequence that's kind of the short-term solution, and then the long-term solution is restorative justice, so you can kind of figure out the whys and get deeper.
Develop skills. Mm-hmm.
And develop skills.
Correct.
So it's not just acting out behaviorally, but you're able to communicate what's going on. I mean, I think it's great. I'm going to vote yes on it. I'm just saying I want to be a voice for some teachers that are. One of them expressed some frustration here, and I just want to make sure that they do have a voice in this process.
Thank you. Just really quickly, I do want to mention that, I'm glad Ms. Lepsak brought it up. I don't think that restorative justice is the issue here. I think that the issue that I'm seeing and that I've heard is that there's a very different level of understanding, training, from administrators at every school site, and that just trickles down all the way to our educators, right? And I don't think that there's been a cohesive, very coordinated effort to provide that PD, that training to our administrators, all the way down to our educators, all the way down to our plant custodians about restorative justice practices and what that looks like and how that plays out in our schools. And I think that there are, administrators, educators out there that have gone out and sought that type of training and have participated in programs that have given them a deeper understanding of restorative justice, and that's why it's actually played out so well on their campuses. But then there are other individuals who might not have that, depth of understanding and training. And so for that reason, perhaps that's why restorative justice practices don't play out as they should on the campuses. And so, I think that this really is about a deeper conversation about what our restorative justice practices look like district-wide across sites from elementary to intermediate to high school, and also how we're investing in this, and how we're looking at grants that are going to help support that. So I'm going to vote yes because, again, I think that we do need to chart a clear path forward on how we support our students, how we create that community, but at the same time ensure that our students know that if for every action there's a reaction, right? And that there will be consequences, but we do it in a way that centers community, we do it in a way that's holistic, and we do it in a way that centers that individual and their experiences, and isn't in a way that's punitive, is only going to worsen their situation academically and outside of the school system. So that's what I'll share and my thoughts about our district's current restorative justice practices and where we need to go. Pass it over to Dr. Alvarez.
Just a quick comment regarding restorative justices. The funding goes all the way up to 6/30/2027. I can't wait to see what the data is once we're done with this. I'm looking forward to looking at the outcomes. Actually, what I wanted to talk about was we have 2 grants for workforce development. Dr. Perez in her presentation is going to be talking about college and career readiness. And I think that moving forward, we need to be open and honest regarding what our data is right here, right now. And not only that, but we have to be open in regards to what our plan is moving forward. And I wanted to point out these grants related to Dr. Perez's topic. So we have 2 grants, one from the Department of the Orange County Superintendent of Schools, and then the other one from Rancho Santiago College District. They're actually both the same grants, but from different agencies. The Strong Workforce Program, one is for almost $1 million. The other one is $232,000. That's a sizable amount of money, and I look forward to hearing what the plans are in regards to college and career readiness. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brazier Seves.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Alvarez, for highlighting those 2 items. A lot of the conversations that I've been having with Dr. Perez lately and with our partners at High School Inc. Are around this topic, and so I'm really excited to see our district bringing in these funds, and looking forward to seeing where that takes our students to this next level of preparing for college and career. And I look forward to the day where all of our students who are in our CTE pathways are have a robust internship opportunity and opportunity to build their network and explore those industries in the field. So I think this is going to be very helpful in that. I'm very excited for that. And but originally I wanted to speak to the restorative practices component here. Something I've had conversations with some of our educators at Valley High School and other campuses as well is, those who are actively involved in restorative practices and have had the opportunity to and have volunteered in the past to be part of cohorts of staff who've been trained maybe further along than what other sites or staff may have had the opportunity to do. So I'm looking forward to what this grant will help in that regards. But one of the things that I was thinking of as folks were talking just now is what I heard from our educators is, restorative practices does have consequences, but they're intentional and they're restorative, right? So I think of like healthy consequences. And that's also a skill set that many of us maybe are not always as familiar, right? If certain, even just how we've learned of consequences, right, in the community or at home. And so it's an opportunity for our teams to be able to support our students to learn those consequences, but in a way that's not going to cause additional harm. And really, restorative practices should be I want to use the word preventative or proactive, right? And so we do see, the data does show, and really we see in the programs. Last month I had the opportunity to highlight and recognize some of our practitioners in our schools, including the Valor program. And Ms. Surratt from the Valor program, science teacher at Valley High School, was just sharing that in her sections of her science class, she was actually seeing that the students who were participating in these restorative practices through the Valor program were actually surpassing academically the scores of their peers that were not in these programs. So also we know, the campus, they were very proud that there hadn't been a fight, that year, or there hadn't been a gang-related fight. And so there was like those tangible results, and the safety and the impact, can far exceed what we can do often with, like the traditional sense of like harsh consequences, right? And it's important as well because we, can easily push students onto certain paths and again do additional harm. And so I'm excited to see this grant going to efforts at Santa Ana High School. I know they're doing great work with our partners at Project Kinship and Miss Rosie Alatorre. So looking forward to seeing how our educators, are brought into that, and the work that can be done to expand that. That is a goal of mine, to see how with our restorative practices we can continue to be intentional, and we've had conversations, myself and the superintendent, how that was originally rolled out, and how we're looking at building intentionally. So thank you to Mr. Desjardins and your team for the work you're doing to build these efforts. Thank you.
Ms. Lepsak, final thoughts?
Yes, very quickly, final thoughts. I do agree with you, Ms. Brazier-Seves. However, I do think the consequences, and I know the word punishment, nobody likes to use the word punishment, but we live in the real world, and if we're going to be preparing our kids for career, when they go and get a job, they're not going to have chance and chance and chance again. They're just going to get fired, okay? So let's teach them now before the results are more harsh, before they lose a paycheck and can't feed their family. So let's help them learn these lessons now and realize that in real life, there's consequences to what you do and the choices you make. That's it.
All right, seeing and hearing no other comments, let's proceed to vote. On a 5-yes vote, the motion carries. Item 10.9.
Ratification of purchase order summary and listing of all purchase orders for the period of September 10th, 2025 through September 23rd, 2025.
Can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion, Ms. Lepsak? I think you pulled it. 10.9.
Yes, I'm sorry. I just had a question about page 2, number 4. The fourth one from the bottom says state mental health related services for $950,000, and just wanted to know what exactly that entailed.
Which attachment? The first or second?
Page 2.
Summary or the PO listing?
I think it's a summary. That's the page 2, fourth one from the bottom.
So This is a resource. So what this is saying is there's $948,000 spent against this resource. This is so there's no detail on this related to what purchase orders. So do you want us to look into which purchase orders were funded by that?
State mental health related services is like a name of a company?
No, it's the name of a resource. So it's so just like we have general fund, bond fund, we have community school implementation grant. Those are resources. This is a resource.
Okay, thank you.
All right, seeing and hearing no other comments, let's proceed to vote. Ms. Lipsack? On a 5 yes vote, the motion carries. Okay, we'll now move on to items 11 for information.
11.1, Williams Settlement Legislation Annual Report for Fiscal Year 2024 to 2025. 11.2, Williams Settlement Legislation First Quarter Report of Uniform Complaints for 2025 to 26 fiscal year.
Thank you. At this point, we'll move to item 12, which is the presentation, and I'll turn it over to Superintendent Perez.
Oh, I see the clapping. That's exciting. All right. So I am very pleased to share some information with our board and our community. This message really is for our board and our community. So roll back a little over 90 days, and our board, made the decision to appoint me as superintendent. I made the commitments. I made a lot of commitments, but I made commitments to, within the first 90 days, talking with all of our leaders, our principals in our district, and listening to, where they see things at current state and where they want for things to go as we move forward. I talked with partners, with community partners, with our parents, with a variety of different groups to inform where we're going and to really get grounded in where we are as a district. And so tonight I'm going to share a little bit about those insights. I'm going to be really deliberate in making the connections. I forgot I have the clicker. Sorry. Making connections from our board priorities and anchoring that with our vision and making the connection to our district alignment. There's a lot of moving parts and pieces, and I know there are folks who are watching and listening and have been, looking for how does all this come together? And it's not just folks within our system. Folks that I've been talking to outside of our system are excited about what we're doing. They want to know how this all connects. And so I'm going to share those points of connection. I'm also going to share information around our present and current state and what our promises, what commitments we're making for where we're going in the future. And so insights from the field and what I've learned. So explicitly the commitment around meeting with principals one-on-one. And I actually thought I was done. I'm not. I have two more principals. Thank you, Rosie, for reminding me. I literally thought I was like, woohoo! But two more. But there are things that I'm hearing. There are definitely themes and trends that are that have emerged. And I really valued that time being able to sit one-on-one with each principal. Even though we had relationship, I've known them to be in that space and to just hear the things, the hopes, the dreams that they also want for our district. So I'll share a couple. There was this really insightful conversation that kept emerging around our goals, reading on grade level by third grade, the reclassification of our students that are English learners, and then the college and career readiness. And they shared things that helped me see some of the barriers and challenges that that we've had in meeting those needs. And so it's allowed me to engage in conversations at this, with other district leaders, with our county, around how we can better serve our English learners, as well as taking into account what that looks like for our English learners that are also students that have disabilities. So that emerged very clearly in my conversations and looking at the data with our principals, as well as this thing around responsiveness. They want to do the hard work. They want us as a district leadership to be responsive and support them in the things that they want to accomplish for our students. So that was really great to hear, and I will actually be sharing in a much more detailed level with them the feedback and the things that I heard, just to ground us all as a group. From our families, I heard very clearly that they want to see their children represented. They want to see their students, us actually think about and respond to the needs of their students, whether that be our English learners, and I'm going to speak specifically about our students with disabilities. I was talking to a group of parents, and they said that they don't always see in our images and things their children reflected. And that really I had to sit with that, and I was like, wow. I'll be honest, even in my office, they said, I don't see a student, and those, you guys have been in my office, so you know the pictures that I have. They said, you don't have a student that physically shows disability. And I'm like, wow, yeah, you're right. So, but in large part, that was the message. They want us to look and see their students and respond to the needs that their students have, and also to match that with the opportunity. So not just see me and feel sorry for me, but see me and meet my need and provide opportunity. So that is what I heard in large part from our parents. And again, these were deliberate parent meetings to very casual conversations that I get to have when I'm out at Taste of Santa Ana, or I'm at a conference, or just out at school sites. So these are the kind of conversations that I've been able to have. And then from our community at large, this was really, again, I talk a lot about what makes Santa Ana special, but this again it's all connected. These types of things are what makes Santa Ana special. The community was asking, how can they help? What do we need explicitly from them? And I've been on my road show telling everybody that I can about the goals that we have and what we're doing around reading, around our English learners, around college and career readiness. And that is what they're asking very clearly. So those were the insights from the field and what I've learned in my conversations. And I just felt like it was important for you all to know that. So as you are here at the dais and, making decisions and hearing, things come your way, that, you also get for me to synthesize and share that information back out to you all as a board, as your representative. And so I took all of those things and I thought about, does this exemplify that we need to course correct or do something differently? And I looked at this image, which many people are really familiar with. It is our current board priorities, and I looked at and really thought, and really do feel that what we have here is on track. It's really about the intentionality and what are we honing in on within our board priorities of student achievement, wellness, family and community engagement, and organizational efficiency and effectiveness. Where are we going to really target our energies? And I'll get there in a second, but I just wanted to point out that I don't think that there's anything about what we see here that are the board priorities that were off the mark in my conversations with folks. Some of this work is going to happen very publicly, and some of it's going to happen behind the scenes. I think about the organizational efficiency and effectiveness piece. That happens a lot behind the scenes. But I want for our board to know and for our community to know that we are goal setting and we are tracking, that we are building more efficient and better systems so that we can serve our community in a better way and a more efficient way. And so the piece that I want to really hone in on is around the student achievement. That is where what we do in this space in our board meetings really becomes very public and very deliberate, and how we spend our time. And you see the graduate profile there that serves as the North Star. So when we're in spaces with our higher ed partners, they're, we've talked about the graduate profile. They're like, well, what does that mean? What does that really look like? And what are you measuring? And so I want to provide clarity for our community that within our board priorities, we have that graduate profile that is the destination. It's the North Star. It's what's guiding us, to actually accomplish the things that we need to accomplish for our students. And so through the board priorities, there will be that focus on instruction, on the progress monitoring, on the data analysis. And I hear even today in the questions that were being asked, our board asking a lot about outcomes. And I could already hear the change in focus and the change in the curiosities that I think that our board has on behalf of our community, because their community does want to know, like, how are we doing and what is our plan to improve. So I just want to reassure our board, that I don't think that anything within those board priorities needs to change in order for us to realize the graduate profile, but I think we need to get a lot more deliberate and intentional about how we're spending our time, our day-to-day time, and then our time in this space as well. And I do want to point out the pieces that are sitting kind of alongside the edges of this graphic with the LCAP and the SPSA, because, and I've had this conversation with several of our board members, these are the things that are related to money. And so our board should feel very confident in what how the budget pieces are connecting to the academic pieces, that when we're showing data, and just like today, when we're looking at a screener, you're making that connection to say, yes, we're spending this money. It is a lot of money. It's $93,000. But it is identify where students are struggling so that we can tackle those things a lot more expediently and be more efficient in how we're serving and supporting. And what that looks like at the school site level really is that SPSA. And I think we've talked about that in this space a little bit. The school site creates a plan, and it's how they map their funding that they receive to deliver the outcomes that they have as an individual school site. So I just want to call those pieces out because I think this visual does really do a good job representing what it is that the board, is focused on and driving the board. And so with that, again, anchoring the vision, we have those pieces there. And then that we talk a little bit about the graduate profile and the journey, because honestly, we couldn't just jump in, me showing up here to anybody, any superintendent showing up here today and just saying, okay, we're going to get after academics. There was a lot of groundwork that needed to be set. And that was what happened over a period of time where we established the graduate profile. Again, so many community partners involved. Families, parents. We had parent groups that were part of helping us identify what we're after with the graduate profile, as well as business partners, higher ed. And so you see that journey mapped out there. And I want to just make sure that we highlight that, because all of those pieces are in place. We are now poised to really dig in and get after the academics and the student outcomes. And I keep getting so many kind of just reassurances from folks as I'm out and about. Just thank you for the focus on academics, which seems strange, but I get that people appreciate that and really do look for structure. And so with that, again, I think probably people know these, but we want to be very explicit. Our priority academic focus areas are early literacy, and that we are having students reading on grade level by grade 3, that our English learner progress is being monitored, and that we are reclassifying students by 5th grade. And these are building blocks. I want to make the connections, really not for our board, because I talk to you guys about this all the time. More importantly, for our community, when students are reading on grade level by 3rd grade, there is a confidence that they have. And there's also the academic piece that it gives them the building block, the very first building block that gets them prepared to be reclassified as an English learner, being proficient in English. And not that there is definitely beauty in being bilingual, but we want our students to be, identified as a student who has mastery of the English language. So reading by third grade sets that first foundational block, which then gets them really ready and prompted to designate as an English learner, to now be identified as English proficient. And when those two things happen, the opportunities for our students are wide open. And I'm going to just share just a little bit of data because I can't help myself. And those of you who have been in space with me around data know this. We were looking at data around 4-year college going students in SAUSD who are 4-year college going. 70% of those students are English learners. So just sit with that for a second. If you are a parent of an English learner, we need you to know that all things are possible for your students. 70% of our students, let's take a graduating class, that were English learners, 70%, they make up 70% of the 4-year college going students. And that's the data that I get super excited about being able to share with the board, share with the community, and we will. But I say that because that's the building block for that college and career readiness. Our students can do anything. Let's make sure that they're prepared. They can do anything. They are capable. Let's do our part and our job to make sure that they have access to those opportunities. And explicitly, the first two are the kind of like linchpin in them being able to access college and career readiness, because the coursework, and you heard Dr. Alvarado talk about master schedule and courses and sequence. Students don't have access to all of the courses if they are not A, reading, proficiently, and B, reclassified, redesignated. They don't have access to that. Their schedule will look drastically different. And I'm not making this up. This is actually the data that Emily Wolk and team have shared. We looked at that data. And I said to the team, I don't want to be responsible for students not having access. Do you? Do you want to be responsible for students not having access because they're not reading on grade level by third grade and they're not redesignating by fifth grade? Because that's what happens when they're not able to master those two things, then their master schedules look drastically different. And then they are not able to take the A through G courses. They're not able to take advantage of dual enrollment. They're not able to take CTE courses and pathways that get them a certification. They are not able to. And so it is it's incumbent upon us to do these things. And so all of these focus areas do build upon one another. They're not separate and different goals. They are truly one goal. They're scaffolds to that end goal. So I do get very passionate and excited about this. I can probably talk about it until whatever time you guys say the meeting ends. But I know we'll have plenty of time to, with what I'm sharing next, lay out what that looks like for the community. And so what does this mean? What does this mean for the future of our students? I want to make that connection to the things that are real in a day-to-day life: housing stability, economic opportunity, health access, civic participation. When our students have these things, when they have the reading on grade level, when they have college and career readiness, these are the doors that are unlocked for them. These are the things that are at the root, and when we have academic excellence, high expectations, rigor for students, these are the outcomes for our community. So again, doing the road show, talking to everybody and anybody that I possibly can, this is what I'm sharing. Invest in us, come alongside us, partner with us to have great outcomes for our students. And these are the things that our community will reap. We'll have housing stability. We will have folks who have the ability to have economic opportunity, and that leads to all of the other things. So it is much bigger sometimes than we make it out to be when we're talking just about student outcomes. All right, and so as we move through those pieces, I did share and promise that we would talk about what's here and now, like what is our current state. But before I do that, I want to orient our board and our community to the way that we know how students are doing, and that's through assessments. That is the way that we learn how students are learning, and we've got to do them. Sometimes they're a drag, sometimes they're not, people don't look forward to them, but the assessments have to happen, and the way that you do them matters. So sometimes we're assessing and people don't even know. That's the minute to minute. Your teacher is teaching and they're watching how you're engaging, they're watching what you're picking up. And so that is the direct connection between the student and the standards, and which is their learning. So sometimes there's that minute-to-minute daily thing that teachers are doing, and those are called formative assessments because they're forming the way that learning happens in a classroom. We change the way we teach when we know how a learner is absorbing the learning or not. And so that's why these formative assessments are so important. And I go through all of this because I'm going to share with you guys in a bit some of the assessments that we are going to be bringing forward to the board, and I want people to understand not all assessments are designed for the same thing. And so our weekly and our unit assessments sometimes, are called interim assessments, benchmark assessments. You'll hear this language kind of interchangeably, but I want our board and I do want our community to have knowledge of this. And these are things like our weekly. So if you're learning a particular content, you might get assessed to know, for the teacher to learn about your learning over that period of time and that content area or that unit. And then we have quarterly, and much of what you'll hear us talk about are those quarterly assessments in the data that you'll see as we start to do presentations. And then we have these large-scale summative assessments, which are the annual assessments. A lot of times it's things like SBAC that are shared out publicly. They are one snapshot in time, and they're given annually. So what we're able to do with them, the information we're able to glean from them, I would say is limited. It is a snapshot. It does give us information, but it is limited. Nothing beats that minute-to-minute assessment that you're able to do of a learner in the classroom. But I wanted folks to know and have clarity about the purpose of assessments and different type of assessments. And so this next piece, and it's very print rich, I do understand that, but it's there just for the high level view to share that and you could see the primary purpose for the different types of assessments. Some are to inform immediate, things that are happening, and you can see those broken up there. So it's just another way to look at all of the assessments that we have within our system. And so I will ask you to keep slide 9. Well, I'm going to go to slide 11, but I'm going to have you go back between slide 9 and 10 in a minute. So our current state, the three things that we talked about, literacy, our reclassification, redesignation of students, and then the college and career readiness, giving you just a small snapshot. This presentation by no means is meant to give you an idea of how we're doing in great detail. That's what the next presentations are for. And every month, every presentation thereafter. And so I want you to look at the three questions that we will be using and the format that we'll be using to guide the presentations as we do them. So what is it that we're doing? How well are we doing that thing? And what is the impact? That is the essential questions we'll be answering in our data presentations. But I wanted to give you a snapshot of what things look like right now. So literacy rates, 24-25 school year, 25% of grade 3 students meeting or exceeding standards in CASP SBAC, ELA. Okay, ELA being English Language Arts, SBAC being our Smarter Balance Assessment, that's the state assessment. So 25% of grade 3 students meeting or exceeding those standards. So now we look at that and understand that it's not a reading assessment, students have to read, but it's actually an English Language Arts, so it's assessing a lot of skills. I want you to now look at the 56% of K through 3 students at or above benchmark on DIBELS. Now, DIBELS is measuring reading. Are students reading? Are they able to fluently read? And so that data shows 56%, and we have the chart there that shows you what things have looked like over the past several years. And so I do want you guys to kind of play along just for a bit. You don't have to answer this out loud, but I do want you to look at the two pieces that you see there. 25% of grade 3 students meeting or exceeding standards on CASP, and take a guess. I mean, you have some tools in front of you. What type of assessment you think this is? Is this a formative assessment? Is this a benchmark assessment? Or is this a summative assessment? And you don't, just for yourself, because I want folks to start to get oriented. They're all buzzing in. Beep, I got it. And then think about what is the DIBELS. And there's some clue words there. 56% of K through 3 students at or above benchmark on DIBELS. So what type of assessment do you think that is? Is it a formative, interim, large scale? Just to get oriented, and we're not going to do this on every single one, but I really do want for our board and our community to recognize that we look at different data for different reasons. One gives us clear information about a student's reading ability. The other gives us information about what they're able to do with that reading ability. And so that will be the type of data that we're looking at in future presentations. And so for reclassification rates and trends, when we look at the 23-24 school year, we have 37.9% of our English learners making annual growth on LPAC. And LPAC is the state exam. And then in 24-25, we see that a little over 8% of English learners reclassified as fluent English proficient. And that is the data that you actually see represented in the graph there, is the reclassification rate. And so I hope this makes people curious. I hope it causes you to ask questions. As a board, I want you guys to keep those questions and then share out with me so that we're able to make sure that our presentations are answering those questions and really staying focused on making sense of the data and what that means for what we do next. And again, when we present, we're asking ourselves, what is it that we're doing to get these results? What are we doing right now? And how well are we doing that? And is it actually having an impact? Those are the guiding questions. And for this last final piece, again, these are just high-level data pieces, just to orient folks. For class of 2024, 38.8% of graduates prepared on the college and career indicator, which is what I talked to you guys about, the CCIs. 38.8%. That means over 60% are not prepared. That's huge, and does not feel good when I say that out loud and think about that. 70% of graduates are enrolling in post-secondary education, and post-secondary, again, that's some of the data that I will share with you, and actually Dr. Wolk and her team have laid out really nicely. It means 4-year university, it means 2-year, it means a certificate program. That's what gets encompassed in the post-secondary. And so we do have some data, again, historic data around the post-secondary enrollment, and you can see that has gone up. Great. And so that means we really need to be putting our energies around, yes, they're going into college. My next and other question is, are they persisting? because part of their preparedness will lead to whether they persist or not. So those are the things that I'm thinking about and that as a team we're talking about pretty frequently. And so with this, we're coming to closure on what I wanted to share with our board and with our community, but the commitments for the future, really looking at the data, being immersed in the data analysis and responding to that data. What is it telling us? How are we aligning the resources? How are we aligning all the things that we're doing and having those accountability pieces in place? And this question came up: how do we replicate and expand when we're finding the things that are really working? How do we do that? And it is our job to demonstrate that to our board and to our community. There are things that are working in our district 100%, working beautifully, and we need to visit them. We need to be curious about them. We need to interrogate how and why it's working, and work to expand. And then removing the obstacles. That is got to be what our commitment is and what we're sharing with our board and with our community. We hear about obstacles. I heard about during public comment. I heard about obstacles. I was writing them down. I'm curious about how we remove those obstacles, and that's what our time together can be spent and should be spent talking about. And so our road ahead is really being committed to spending the time. And I know today's was not as exciting as far as my presentation to you guys, but I promise you, as the team presents, and they are probably going to do a much better job and delve into the data and peel back the layers and really look at things like how are we doing in comparison to other school districts? How are we doing school to school? Grade by grade, really looking at those things very deliberately. So what you see here is a board presentation calendar, and I know that you see July, which has already come and gone, but what I shared with the board, and there is a whole calendar for the whole year. Our board has seen that when I did the agenda review with them, and we will make public. But what I wanted to do is really demonstrate that this cycle, that this is what we should be talking about and looking at annually to ensure that we are ready and prepared for the opening of school, and that we are sharing information around programs with our community and with our board. But you will most frequently see the focus on literacy, the focus on the college and career indicators and that health check, and then a focus on our English learners. Those three are what you will see continue to repeat and cycle around, so that we're continuing to provide updates continuously for our board and our community. And so the road ahead, what I see is increased collaboration. And I do want to thank so many of our partners. Santa Ana College has been a great partner for us in the results that we are getting. And I shared with our board, and I'm excited to share with the community that not this exact presentation, but a version of it, we will be going to the city council meeting to share, really engaging our whole city in what we are doing and what our goals are for our kids. We are being so transparent, and also in that building that opportunity for collaboration. I believe there will be coherence. I think we will start to see, I know we will start to see the language change around, what our focus is as a city. I've already had people, again, what can we do? Our folks who work with the city library, how can we come alongside Parks and Rec? How can we come alongside? So that coherence, I believe, will be what is in the path ahead, ultimately, for the improved student outcomes. And so with that, open for questions.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Perez. At this point, I'll turn it over to my colleagues to see if there are any questions or comments. Ms. Lepsak?
I'll keep this quick because I know it's late. But when you talk about English learners, what's the word again?
Redesignating?
Redesignating. Mm-hmm. Okay, so what about a seventh grader comes in from another country, and because you said we don't want to not give them opportunities, it makes it sound like if they're an English learner in seventh grade, that they can't participate in the CTE opportunities. Can't they participate in that?
There will be some, what's open to them will be limited. That is the reality. It's not that they won't be able to participate at all, but what's open to them will be limited. And that is a circumstance. We can't prevent a student, you know what I mean? We don't want to prevent a student from coming and joining our system in 7th grade, but we just have to know that the way that we meet that student's needs has to look different and be accelerated and more intentional. But yes, their access will be different.
Okay, got it. Mm-hmm. Thank you. Great presentation, by the way. Thank you for your transparency. And I know it takes a risk to be open to the whole community about where we're at. But I think that once we do that, then I think we're on the road to greater improvement. So thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Magdaleno?
Yes, I've been saving my time for this. First, I want to start off by thanking you, right? When we first appointed you as superintendent, you committed to a lot of things, right? And this is the first step that we're seeing turning into action. Meeting with the principals, seeing firsthand what they need, what their requests are, where do they need more help. That's what I like to see in collaboration. So I appreciate that. And I want to thank you for, starting off 3 months, has it been, since you've been appointed, and already trying to, making progress. And I know that you will deliver results. So I want to give you your flowers, and I want to thank you. Now to my questions. I really like the part where we have this vision, reclassification, college and career readiness, and literacy by 3rd grade. How are we going to make sure that your board priorities, our priorities as a board, trickle down to the classrooms with our educators?
So I appreciate that question. I would invite for you as a board, when you guys are out there, to ask our teachers that very same question, actually. So everything that we're doing, and I know that it is because I've had teachers coming to me to say, oh my gosh, thank you. But how it happens on their campus specifically, that's why those conversations with the principal. I'm asking the principals, hey, what does this look like on your campus? Because what we're not going to do is make it cookie cutter and everybody's got to be doing the same thing, the same day, the same pay. We're not going to do that because every single school has an identity and needs to do that in the way that makes sense for them. But that is, the expectation. I know that our principals and our educators this is what they want to be doing. They've said that, thank you. This is where we want our energies to be focused. And so how will we be monitoring that? How will we know if that's what's happening? That's what those assessment pieces are for. I see it a little far removed, right? The principals are seeing that day to day. They're seeing, the instruction that's happening. And there's a single question that I ask myself when I go into classrooms. What I'm seeing happening here, does this move us to the outcomes that we expect? Does this instruction actually move us, if it's anything up to 3rd grade, let's say, what they're doing, is this building literacy for our students? And so principals, are asking that of educators. What are we doing in classrooms? I see it a little bit removed, and so we're looking at data, but we should be in classrooms too. We should be in classrooms too, and that's been the direction to the team. The way that there's so many things that go into this, even the way that we have evaluators assigned now. There's evaluators who have 8 to 10 schools. They need to be at the school sites. They need to be in conversation with the principals to know how things are going. It should not be a complete surprise to us when we get data. I think early on we are going to be seeing those things and doing course correction and asking the probing questions. But that is how. It's through the data. And that's why it's so important to me. A lot gets told through that data. And not to say, oh, you're bad and you're doing this wrong. It's asking the questions. Hey, what's working for you? What's not working? I see, this data's telling me something. So it's being curious and really just posing those questions.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. In regards to reclassification by third grade, so what are we gonna, fifth grade, thank you. What are we gonna do that we haven't done in the past? What are we implementing? Are we providing more training for our teachers? What are we giving to our students to make sure that we're successful there?
So I'm going to say that there's low-hanging fruit, and what you expect gets inspected. There's a saying.
Mm-hmm.
When you expect something to happen, you've got to be looking to see that it's happening. And that's part of why I make this data piece so public. When we are saying that, you know, students are going to be getting reclassified, so what are we going to do different? The fact that we're talking about it here right now in this board meeting is huge. I'm going to show you something. The team knows what this is. They're over there laughing. So this is, you guys remember this big crazy book? Okay. 2022, one board meeting. We tried to, it ended up being more than one board meeting, but we tried to go through this data and like have people make sense of it. Mm-hmm. How could you do that? Look at this. This is a monster. So we're now doing things a lot more deliberately. It's my goal, and I do believe that I have the support with this board and this governance team, that commitment, so that we're talking about it all the time. When our school leaders and our educators hear us talking about this all the time, that's going to change what they're talking about and what they want to deliver. They do. I know that. It's helping our educators know what to focus on and what resources they have available to focus on those things. So we did better. We thought we were making progress, and we were. So this is what we had in 2023. A lot thinner. Yeah, we whittled it down. But there's no way that you can talk about data one or two times in the course of an academic year. So the way that we have this spread out, I think, I give huge kudos to our board, because you guys know the conversations that I was having with each of you for us to get to this place, right? For us to commit to this. That's huge. I invite you to start looking at what your colleagues are doing in other districts. Are they, you know what I mean? What is normal for them? I do believe that this governance team and this commitment is going to send really like waves through the system, because I've been in other districts and worked with other boards. It's a dream to be able to have that be the thing that we're talking about all the time.
Thank you. Can I ask one more question? Is no one else next? I think on slide 12, in regards to our current state, reclassification rates / trends, I do see that we have 8.08% of ELs reclassified as fluent English proficiency. What are some current barriers that we have that is, stopping us from that?
Yeah, so I'm still investigating this. I learned about a piece that is actually tied to our students with disabilities, and I mentioned this a little bit. It was so insightful to talk to our principals. There was a process that used to exist where students could be reclassified who had an IEP through the IEP process. Mm-hmm. That some time ago, several years ago, is how I understand it, became something that is not available to us anymore. And not because we want to just reclassify students. They're reclassified, let's move them out of getting those supports. But the IEP is that. It's an individual education plan. If we don't have the ability to make those calls and have a deep understanding of what the student needs, that does create a challenge. And so I actually have reached out to other large urban districts through CORE, and you guys approved a contract with CORE a while ago. These are the kind of reasons why it's important to have those networks, because I'm talking to Fresno, I'm talking to these other large urbans. Do you guys have this problem? I'll be honest, I'm curious. Is this self-imposed? I've been in Santa Ana long enough to have heard, this is how we do it. And like sometimes the questions aren't asked, like, why are we doing it that way? And so I don't know if this is self-imposed yet. Like, who said that is actually the question I asked people. Who said that we can't do it that way anymore? Somebody's got the answer. If you're out there, please tell me. I don't have it yet. Investigating that. So to answer that question, like, what are the barriers? I identify that as an immediate barrier. I'm going to give another example. I was talking with Dr. Garcia from Taft, and she was sharing our students in the deaf and hard of hearing program. How do they get reclassified? Had not thought about that. And this is my point. Those conversations with our principals were just so enlightening. And so now we have to get after being able to answer those questions to remove the barriers.
Okay, thank you. I'll go ahead and let my colleagues ask some questions.
Thank you. Dr. Alvarez?
I've had conversations with Dr. Perez in regards to research out there, in regards to the success of superintendents and board members. And there's a correlation between the success of the superintendent and board members. I'm not going to go into research, but if you guys are interested in the research, Dr. Perez, I think I emailed her all of it. But a couple of things that I wanted to mention. The Council of Great City, well, maybe I would talk about research. The Council of Great City Schools student-focused outcomes guidelines basically states that in order to be successful, in order to move forward within the school district, that 50% of our agenda should focus on academics. And I wanted to thank you for putting up that calendar on all the different things that we're going to be talking about, because that's what's going to move us forward. In order for the superintendent to succeed, the board also has to succeed. And I just wanted to mention something that Dr. Perez has in her contract to help all of us succeed. Her contract actually states that we're going to go through governance training. And I haven't heard about governance training. We're hearing about your plan.
It's in the B2B for Friday.
What was that?
It's in the B2B for Friday.
So we hired Dr. Perez. The first thing she said is, I'm going to develop a 90-day plan. And then ever since then, I've been having conversations with her about how we can create this synergy, how we can keep moving forward, not just us, the superintendent and the board, but getting the cabinet, the principals, the teachers moving forward. And I'm feeling really confident. We are going to be going through the governance training. One of the things that they go over in the governance training is the different metrics that we should be looking at as we're developing our agendas, as we're making decisions, as we're going forth. Like right now, we just saw data, but the thing is, a deeper conversation is tying the data to how we spend our money. I think I mentioned this before, that our highest performing school, our per pupil funding ranges from, I'm just going to estimate, from $19,000 to $30,000. Our highest performing school, we're spending $19,000 per pupil, $19,000 per pupil. Our lowest performing schools, two of them, I think 2 or 3, we're paying over $30,000 per pupil. So the thing is, as we're looking at this data, we need to be taking a look at also how we're spending money. If we're spending $30,000 on our lowest performing school, what are we doing there? What can we take from our highest performing school and implement into the low performing schools? So it's all about taking a deep dive. And the one thing I wanted to mention is that as we're looking at statistics, it's not just about looking at the numbers. It's about taking a deep dive to seeing why we have those numbers. Out in the public, everybody criticizes us for our low literacy rates, but the fact is, 41% of our kids are English language learners, 17% are special education. Let's say 6,000 of our kids are McKinney-Vento kids. So those are all things that contribute to the rate. I'm a social worker by profession, so I always say if a kid can't learn if they're hungry, a kid can't learn if they're homeless, a kid can't learn if they're traumatized. So the thing is, it's not just about the numbers. It's about taking a deep dive and really dissecting it to see why we are where we're at. And that's it for my comments.
Thank you. Ms. Brazier-Aceves?
Yeah, thank you. I want to first start by thanking you, Dr. Perez, for the presentation. Since coming on board as our superintendent, and even prior, but with the 90-day plan and the conversations that we've been having and now having more of in public, and also with site visits, I just feel this energy and synergy from our sites, our principals. I'm getting really positive feedback on, as you mentioned and alluded to, like folks feeling like there are tangible goals that are clear and concise. And I think when expectations, right, are clear, that's kind and helpful. And so there's also a lot of excitement building, and they're tangible and intentional. So I'm really excited about the work that you're embarking on, and the fact that you, as you said, have taken this show on the road and are going to all the sites. That's something that throughout the past few years serving on the board, I've heard from sites here and there, wanting to see our district staff and getting that individualized attention. And so to hear that to see how intentional you are with your conversations with the site leadership, and daily conversations and your goals around that, just gives me a lot of hope for our ability to really start making these tangible strides. So thank you for that. And I'll share that in hearing my colleagues' questions and the discussion was very helpful to kind of bring it together. I was thinking about some of the site visits and that I've had the opportunity to do recently in talking with our principals and asking them, a lot of these questions. What does this look like at your site? And I've noticed that when we do classroom visits, right, they're showing what are the strategies, what are the strategies they're using as a school that works for them, still maintaining this individuality, trying different strategies. And you can see it throughout the classrooms, and they build on each other by grade level. And then how they're looking at the data and how they're analyzing it. So I really appreciate, the principals, their time in going through that and showing, me as a board member, how they're thinking about it, how they're working with their teams to build. And I know we've talked a lot about, I've asked those questions, does it need to be the same at every site? And I heard it tonight, no, it doesn't have to be the same. But then, even on our agenda items, we highlighted that a lot of these partnerships, it's to look at what's working and reflect. And so in here I see, clear systems for how we're going to, and you said it tonight, expect and inspect. And so that we're not dropping the ball, right? We get busy and we have so many goals, but that we're very much focused on the academic achievement piece. And I'm looking forward to having the regular conversations around the academics, the monthly presentations and information. I know when I first came onto the board is when we had that meeting a few months in with that huge document. And I remember saying, shouldn't we do this a little bit more regularly, right? But I know that we just, our agendas get so packed and folks stay so late. So, but I see a shift in the organization of things. So I want to thank you and thank our board president for that too. I think so. I'll definitely, be reaching out individually to talk a little bit more about some of the data. But for example, with our English learners, I'm wondering if we can speak to, this is a space for our community to think through some of these things. And Board Clerk Magdaleno asked earlier, but designated ELD wasn't mentioned, and I'm wondering is that, where are we with our designated ELD? And has that been a barrier? Are there some goals around that are tangible for the sites, or what are we doing?
Yeah, it's a great question. And again, we entered into these conversations around really no judgment. Designated ELD was happening in a very deliberate way at in some places and not so much in others. And it's really about what is our current state and how do we get to that place where designated ELD is happening very intentionally at every site and within every grade level and all of those things. But again, people we're meeting people where they are, and that's, I think, the most important thing, because otherwise people then kind of insulate themselves and don't want folks to know that they weren't doing that thing. And we don't want that. We much rather have folks say, yeah, you know what, I didn't have a good handle on this for whatever the reasons. and be in partnership collaboration with their colleagues and with our district office staff around how do I get there? Because I do think the fact that, the designated ELD was not happening really explicit, deliberately every place. If you're not doing that and again being deliberate with the time, then we shouldn't expect that the outcomes are going to be phenomenal. We just didn't design it to them to be.
Okay, so we are looking at how to support people, but where they're at, and just like make it safe to have those conversations.
And looking at like principals were, looking at, schedules. How do I do this? What does it look like? Do I have, our teachers at a grade level, leveling students and exchanging students and all of those things? Those are all really decisions that a school site needs to make and have reflect how that can best happen on their campus. For us to say everybody's going to level third grade or whatever grade and do it this way, it's not going to work. I do want to point out something about our leaders as I was talking to them. Some of them, and I want to be on the record and say this clearly. What I talked about in our goals are the floor; they're not the ceiling. So some of our principals were like, "Yeah, Lorraine, nope, that's great, but our goal is going to be to redesignate by this grade because," and they had all the reasons why. I'm like, great. All right, awesome. I want folks to know, and the community, this is, because some folks may say, well, reading by third grade, of course, that should happen. You're right, it should. But that is the floor, that at minimum, every third grader needs to be reading on grade level by third grade. It's not the ceiling. They can be reading at 8th grade level by third grade. That would be lovely.
Thank you. I had another question, but do you want me to? Okay. To that point, also, I appreciate that because sometimes when I'm sharing with folks our excitement about this, I catch myself thinking, it's exciting, but it's also, and we're being honest and open. Like that's where we need to be. And some of our, many of our students are at that point, but we need to be there for all of them. And I think that also relates to what we're doing. People in the community are asking, what are we doing to draw our families back in and draw families into SAUSD? And we have many amazing programs that sometimes our families might not even realize, but this is, if we're being real, right? Like we talk about, we have to live up to the expectations around the academic achievement for all students.
Yeah.
With this, so I was looking at the CCI, like the components that the state looks at when they measure our college career indicators. And one of them is the state seal of biliteracy. So I'm thinking, I was just trying to think. So for the state seal of biliteracy, I'm wondering, and I don't know if we can answer it now or we can get it in the B2B, but I believe students who are reclassified get that on their diploma.
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily.
No.
Okay.
A student who gets redesignated could, but there's a way to earn that seal.
Okay.
It's not purely by getting redesignated. No.
There's an additional process. And so the way I'm looking at it is, because of who we are as a community, right? We have all of these assets. And so I do believe we can get that that score higher. And I'd be interested, I know, CTE is another indicator. And we have amazing CTE, some of the best in the entire state. We just opened the best performing arts center in the entire county with one of the only environmental auto shops, state of the art. So I'm looking forward. I'm thinking about how we're going to continue to build on the assets that we have in our community and in our schools. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go next. Since you already had a chance to go. Okay, go ahead. Fine. Ask your question.
Okay, really quick. We have some amazing data, and I just wanted to know if it's accessible for our families. Like, are we going to put it on the website? And just really quick sidetrack plug, we have a new website, easy accessible, user-friendly. Make sure to check it out. We're still in the process of updating it, but yes, back to the question. Yeah.
So some of this data, again, the summative data, that's the annual data, that is available to the public. It is on the CDE website, so it's completely accessible. Some of the data is accessible to the parents through their students' own ARIES, through their own information system. But as we make presentations, they will be public, most definitely. Yeah.
Like under your superintendent tab, that could be a great place to put your priorities and then the progress that we're making as a board and school district. So people can see directly the work that you've been doing and all the actions that we've been taking. And really quick, in line with that, also the road ahead, right? The presentation calendar. I think it was last month when I requested the dual language presentation and we got consensus from the board. I do not see that on here. I think it is as important as any presentation on this calendar. Dual language is important for English literacy. It's important for our cognitive skills for our students. It helps them learn memory. It helps them retain vocabulary. I would love to see that on here before the end of the end of the year.
Yes. And we did have that conversation, and yes, I did share that I would be talking with our board president to figure out where we do that.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. Well, first of all, I want to thank you for the presentation and thank the team that helped you put together this presentation and for meeting the deadline of bringing this back in 90 days and reporting back to the community. I guess the first place that I want to start is the insights that you've learned. And I know that, you're only a few months into the role, and there are still a lot more conversations to be had, both in a formal setting and informal settings. But there is a group of folks that aren't on here that I'm sure you might know who I'm going to ask about is how you're going to engage students. And so I guess I want to know and hear about your plan moving forward and how we're hearing and listening to our students. Especially those that are, the intermediate high school level were redesignated, did reclassify, to speak about their experience actually as students and learn from that and be able to apply what we learned from those students directly into our strategies moving forward. And same way, how do we engage our then alumni who are at, who have pursued post-secondary education, and again, did we prepare you, right? And what ways did we not prepare you? And especially those that maybe only went to college for 1 year because they thought they were ready, they applied, they had the grades, they had the scholarships, but after 1 year or one semester, they realized that they weren't ready. And so how do we engage those folks? So you just want to hear about, your plan to engage and bring in input from, the people that are going to be directly impacted by, these strategies that we're trying to implement, these goals, these priorities. So just would like to hear more from you about that.
So the superintendent student advisory is the way that I plan on doing that. It's not our ASB students. It's a different group of students, bringing them together, bi-monthly. I don't think it's great for us to be pulling kids off campus too often, but I do need to have a mechanism to do that. That's one way, but the other piece, and we actually have a whole lineup and plan for podcasts. So my interest, I know everybody's got their different spin on podcasts, but my role as the superintendent, I believe is part of it is the marketing. I need to hear from students and their families around why they choose SAUSD, and that real story around, what makes them stay here and what's drawing them here. So looking at things from our CTE pathways to students that are choosing our middle college, high school, students that are choosing that IB track, the straight A through G track, really being in conversation with our students in that podcast setting. And we actually developed a lineup of cadence of what we would be doing when, in order to do that, because for me, it's important to talk with the students, but I also want others to see and hear what our students have to say. It's not enough for just me to hear. I need others to be able to hear that, because there is, students are finding value in being here. Yes, I know we hear about those who aren't, but there are students who are finding value in being here, and Santa Ana they point to Santa Ana directly as a reason why they've been able to have the opportunities that they have. Those are the stories we need to tell. There are more of them than the others, I promise you that. And so us being able to do that is what is part of my and I do like this because there's a particular part of my plan that is specifically around students. They're parallel tracks because we need to be doing those things with what are we doing with our administrators, what are we doing with the teachers, and then what are we doing with our students and families. And that's just a piece of it. You hit on something that I think is going to be a passion project of mine around alumni. So we've got a lot of things in the queue, and that's with our communications team and others around re-engaging our alum. I started my own little database of alum as I'm out at different events, and folks are sharing that they are SAUSD. So I have some things some of them I'm going to keep under wraps because I don't want anyone to take those ideas yet. But to engage our alum.
Yeah, great. Mm-hmm. And the other subset of folks that you mentioned in really engaging that I don't think you really touched on in depth here was around how we engage like our educators, our certificated, but also our classified staff, right? Because every single person in our school system is going to play a role in how we carry out the board's priorities and how we carry out your superintendent goals, right, as we move forward. And so, what is your plan for that?
Yeah, so 90 days I got through, what I could get through, and I was trying to do high level, and now I do need to really go deep into the organization. And I did this in a prior role by classification for our classified because there's so many. I couldn't meet with folks one-on-one, but I do going out into the field with folks. So doing I'm going to call it a ride along. I know that means something different for our officers, but a ride along with building services. So let's jump in the car. Let's go site to site. I want to see the work that they're doing. I want to see the things that they're proud of. I want to see the things that are working for them, the things that are not working for them. So I want to actually experience the things. That's what I'm trying to say. I want to experience the things with them, not pull them to a meeting and do a listening session like that. No, I need to experience things to actually know how the inner workings of the operations of our organization are. Again, we pointed to operational efficiency, effectiveness. Is it? I don't know. I mean, I could point to things that I know definitely are not, but I don't know that I can even point to the things that people are like, yeah, this works really, really well. I don't know those yet either. So that is the approach that I plan to take. I know it looks different with our classroom educators. I think my point of intersection and connection with them, having been a teacher, is a lot more fluid, and I do that. And I know you've been with me on visits and see I can do that a lot more fluidly in spaces. It really is our classified folks that I want to be in their space. I want to learn what it looks like to do the job and what barriers are we creating and hindrances are we unintentionally putting on folks.
Great. Thank you so much for sharing that and expanding on that. And the other piece, and I know that you touched on it, was related to our school board priority areas and ensuring that our community, our educators, administrators know that these board priorities are not going anywhere. In fact, I think now as a board, we're committed to them more than ever. I think Dr. Alvarez was the only board member who currently sits on our board now who actually helped develop these board priorities. And so the fact that as a board, we're here years later with 4 board members who were actually not part of the development and creation of these board priority areas, and we remain committed, I think speaks to really the level level of care and also the level of expectation that we're putting on you as a superintendent to carry these out. And I think it's part of the reason why you developed your priority academic focus areas, because it's focusing on not something completely different from what the board's priorities are, but really looking at something on a much smaller scale and focusing here and making sure that the community knows that, okay, this is what the superintendent, what the governance team, what the entire district is looking at this moment. But we're also looking at larger, the other areas that are just as important. And at one point, we are going to get to making sure that we're, looking, very, we're looking closer at these other areas and also creating goals and academic or focus areas that are aligned to the board's priorities. So, that's just something that I want to make sure that I vocalize to the community, that our board priorities are not because of what we've heard from the community, what we've heard from educators and families and parents about making sure that we're talking about academic achievement. We're talking about ways that we bring in the family and community into our school sites and we engage with them to build that trust, to build those relationships, so that while the student is at school, as educators, folks can focus on providing that education, but that when they go home, parents and families also feel like they have the tools and the resources necessary to be able to ensure that their student is succeeding and they can follow up and know what their children are actually learning in the classroom. And so just want to highlight that and note that as an area of importance for us as well. And like Vice President Brazier Aceves mentioned, when we were having these presentations just one time of year, we asked the question, like, what are we doing? Why are we only talking about this one time in the entire school year? And, why is the board not actually involved in understanding the ways that we're tracking progress and actually being able to hold ourselves accountable to what we're seeing, right? And so I'm glad to see that we have a superintendent now that really is focused on carrying out the mission and the vision of the board to ensure that we are focusing on academic achievement and that we are talking about, like Dr. Perez mentioned, there are educators, there are folks out at the school site that want to deliver, that want guidance on how to be able to provide the highest quality education instruction to their students. And so I'm happy that we're doing this now and really glad to have been able to work with our superintendent to bring forward a proposed calendar for the board about what our board meetings should really be focused on and what we should be talking about. And that's the academic achievement and the student success, or the success of our students academically. And so I'm looking forward to being able to, receive regular updates, to be able to regularly track and monitor data. And so, the last thing that I'll mention is, my first year on the board, I made a commitment to myself and our students in our community that I would visit every single school site by the end of my first year on the school board, and I did that. I went to all 54 sites. And that was because I wanted to get a better understanding of what was happening at each one of our sites, because I knew that none of our sites were the same. And so as a new board member, I wanted to understand what was going on, what we were offering to our students. And so I'll tell you that when I would do school site visits then to how I do school site visits now with principals, I mean, literally 2 months into the superintendent sharing the academic focus areas is night and day in the sense of what principals are actually administrators are showcasing, talking about, tying things back that we're seeing in the classroom in real time to the academic focus areas, to the board priorities. And again, it's creating this cohesion amongst everyone in the benefit of our students. And so that makes me really excited about the future of SAUSD and what we're doing as a governance team to provide the education that our students in Santa Ana Unified deserve. Right? That's the bottom line of what we're doing here and what we're trying to do. Making sure that our students have access to the education that they deserve. the same quality education that their counterparts in neighboring school districts have access to, the same quality of instruction, the same access to programs, the same access to college and career readiness as their counterparts in other school districts. And so I want to thank the superintendent for your vision. I want to thank you for the presentation. And I want to thank everybody who has been doing this work behind the scenes to get us here today and as we move forward. Because like our Lydia Romero Cruz Academy student said earlier today, we are all in this together. And, you know, as cheesy as if we are able to stand side by side and work for our students, but acknowledge that along the way, we also need to hold each other accountable and be okay with that. And I think that that's what these presentations and these discussions moving forward are going to achieve. So thank you so much, Dr. Perez, Dr. Superintendent, for the presentation. And with no other speakers on the list, we'll go ahead and move on with our agenda for tonight. All right, so at this point, we're going to move to our public hearing. So this meeting is now open to conduct a public hearing for consideration of Nova Academy's renewal petition. Ms. Quiroz, is there anyone wishing to address the subject?
We do. We have 2 public speakers.
All right. Public speakers will have 3 minutes to address the board.
May I please have Lisa Hernandez and Kimberly Beckstrom?
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Dr. Perez, and community OCDE staff. My name is Lisa Hernandez again, and I serve as the Executive Director for Nova Academy Early College High School here in Santa Ana. I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here today and for your partnership throughout this renewal process. Nova Academy is proud to serve the students and families of Santa Ana for the last 20 years, our 21st year this year. Our mission is simple: to inspire, educate, and prepare students for success in college, career, and in life, all while developing their confidence and character to succeed beyond graduation. Our teachers are deeply committed to every student's growth, and our families continue to be active partners in building a strong, supportive school community. Nova Academy Early College High School is a reflection of what's best about this city: resilience, heart, and a deep belief in what students can achieve. Much of what you've spoken about this evening. We're honored to continue serving Santa Ana families and creating a meaningful, lasting opportunity for our students. So I thank you for your time and your continued support of Nova Academy Early College High School. Thank you.
Good evening, board members. My name is Kimberly Beckstrom, and I'm the principal at Nova Academy Early College High School. I want to thank you, board members, for your support and for allowing us to serve the students of Santa Ana. Each day on our campus, I see the impact of our work, students who are engaged, teachers who go above and beyond, and families who trust us with their children, and that they are in a place where they are valued and challenged to reach their potential. Nova Academy is more than a school, it's a community where students discover their purpose, build confidence, and see a clear path to their future. We are proud of the work being done at Nova Academy and grateful for the partnership with Santa Ana Unified. Thank you for your time and support and your continued belief in our mission and our students. Thank you.
That concludes public presentations.
Okay, with that being said, I now declare the public hearing closed. We'll go ahead and now move on to our regular agenda action items. Ms. Quiroz.
14.1, approval of Nova Academy Early College High School's request for charter petition renewal.
Can I get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion. Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? I do have some questions. I guess my first set of questions is just for our staff. Thank you. And I just want to ask these just to make sure that the public has a clear understanding of what we're doing today, and the purpose of this agenda item. Can you just talk a little bit about the background of why this agenda item is coming forward to the board, please?
Sure. So Nova Academy, we have been their authorizer since their inception, and so they've been in Santa Ana for almost 2 decades, and as their authorizer, they have to come to us when their charter petition is up, and their charter petition would be up in June. And so they're asking us to reauthorize them. And so in looking at all of their petition that they gave us, we look at their data, I mean, everything, and they're what we would call a medium, in the middle charter school. So we didn't see any real issues with what they were submitting, and that is why we put the agenda item as the staff is recommending that we would approve their petition for renewal.
Okay, great. So with that being said, would you say that Nova Academy has remained in good standing with SAUSD just in terms of compliance, fiscal reporting, and any other performance benchmarks?
So I started in the district in 2020, and that's when I took over the charter schools. And yes, since I've been here, they have been in good standing, and we've been in partnership with them, through COVID and everything else.
Okay, great. And then can you just speak if there have been any audit findings, compliance issues, or corrective action plans involving Nova Academy in the recent years?
So there was one situation where SAUSD received a uniform complaint from a former employee, which was one of their principals. And so as part of the legal process, we have to turn that back over to the charter school because they have their own governing board, and they had to do the investigation and, provide that individual with their findings. We did work with our legal team to ensure that Nova was, abiding by the law, and they did what they needed to do.
Okay, great. And then have there been any issues related to Nova Academy's ability to financially sustain themselves?
From the years that I've been supporting charters, we have not had any issues with them.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Dr. Perez, I do have some questions for the petitioner, if that's okay.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Please proceed.
Thank you. So Nova Academy serves, can you share what grades Nova Academy serves?
High school, 9 through 12.
9 through 12, okay, great. And then what's your current enrollment number at Nova Academy?
Nova Academy Santa Ana is currently at 293 students, approximately, if I recall the last time I looked at our areas.
Okay, great. And then on average, or some kind of number to share over the past 5 years, has your enrollment for the most part been increasing, decreasing, or remained stagnant or the same?
So I can speak specifically from last year to this year because that's really available in my head right now. We did have an increase in enrollment, also an increase in attendance, which is a significant factor within our ADA. Definitely after COVID, like many schools in our area, there was a decline in enrollment, decline in attendance, so that was a factor that impacted us, but we have seen over the last couple of years a steady increase in our numbers. I'm not saying it's like been a 50% increase, but our trajectory is positive.
Okay, so then what was your number, what was your enrollment last year then? If you're at 293 this year?
Off the top of my head, I want to say maybe a 288, but that would be more of a guesstimation. I would have to look at it, and I can look at that and make sure I get that to Celeste.
And part of us authorizing them, there is a cap on their enrollment that they state in the petition. So they wouldn't be able to go over that unless they did a petition like we did with OSEA. They'd have to do a thanks, I can remember. It's a little bit like a material revision, and then the board would have to take action if they went over the amount of students that they had put in their petition.
Okay, great. And so so you shared that as after COVID, you've for sure have seen a decrease in your enrollment numbers at Nova Academy in Santa Ana. Yeah. Okay, great. And then I guess given that and knowing that education institutions, both charter and public schools across the state are seeing and have seen a decline in enrollment, is there anything that you're doing to combat the decline in enrollment in your charter?
A couple of different things, because it's obviously a large impact to the community. As we know, many students have left Santa Ana, Orange County, for various reasons, right? Economic hardships, need, resources, all of those things. So we know a lot of our opportunities are going to be going out into the community. education isn't a one-size-fits-all, which I believe, based off of everything I've heard this evening and even the prior board meeting we attended, you all as board members understand that. So we know that we fit a unique need within the community, and it's about ensuring that our community as a whole understands what our service is and what we can provide to these students in our community, and making sure that we're having those kind of conversations and addressing that. And obviously, a high-level academic program is what's critical, right? As people want to be a part of something that's successful, that gives them opportunity to be able to be successful, while they're with us, but also post-graduation.
Thank you for sharing that. Does Nova have any interest in expanding in the future, and if so, in what ways?
So I'm not sure if the board is familiar with this, but Nova Academy in 2010 did replicate. We have a campus in Coachella. It's Riverside County, so it's authorized through Coachella Valley Unified, but we were able to replicate our model out there. It's been around and successful for the last 15 years. We are always looking at ways to replicate and provide the community with a model that has been successful, our early college model, as we presented when we came to our presentation meeting. Our senior class alone in the class of 2025 earned over 2,000 credits. And those are credits that students aren't paying for, right? They earn these credits, they get to go off to college and are starting as a sophomore or a junior in high school. So there's great opportunities. So as we see within the community, the county, that this is a program that is needed or requested by the community, we want the opportunities to potentially go out there. But obviously that would be outside of this unified district.
So you would be interested in, or you all, are open or are looking at potentially expanding Nova here in Orange County?
Potentially, yeah.
Potentially, okay. And what ways would that look like? Would that be just whether it be at another school district, expansion of grade levels? Like what are you all looking at?
Potentially grade levels. As we all know, as educators, right, the opportunity to begin working with students at a younger age, the gap isn't as large. So trying to get students where they're a little more accessible and can change and pliable is always a good opportunity. So the opportunity to expand our grade levels would be an interest to us, but also within other parts of the county, as well as, again, to take our unique program to them.
And are you looking, actually, so in that piece in expanding grade levels, are you looking to do that here in Santa Ana?
Potentially. There's some kind of different opportunities. We didn't petition that in this charter petition. And of course, if we ever wanted to do a middle school program, that would go through the material revision process. But even potentially looking at countywide charters, which are available within Orange County, Riverside County, any county, if that's an option of a direction we want to go in.
So, it's been shared with me, and it's come to my attention that you all have filed a petition with the Orange County Department of Education for an expansion from of 6th to 12th grade. Is that accurate?
A countywide petition? Yeah, very process.
So can you share why Nova did not include this information in this particular charter renewal petition with SAUSD?
It's not an exclusion. It's not part of the elements of a charter petition. I know there were conversations with the Santa Ana Unified team that we work with, had a conversation with Celeste, so there was awareness.
So if it wasn't part of the renewal petition, what about a material revision for our consideration here in SAUSD?
So it's really looking at Santa Ana Unified would be anything within the Santa Ana Unified School District. This allows us any opportunities to go outside of the county. So if a school is if a community like San Clemente or Anaheim or other Saddleback, other areas that don't have charter schools in them want our unique service, then we have the opportunity to go out there without having to go specifically to a specific district.
And are those the districts that y'all are currently looking at, or are y'all looking at other districts for that type of expansion?
We're potentially looking at the county, but we're still in petition process right now, so there isn't a particular community that we're set to go into. We're still in that process.
Okay, great. And then just to make sure I capture this clearly, so is Nova Academy's intention to expand your services within our boundaries in SAUSD through this county charter petition?
To adjust this charter petition?
No, to expand your services, so offering the 6th to 12th grade services, is
Mhm.
it your intention to expand those services here in Santa Ana
So
Unified?
currently, our countywide petition would be to begin a Nova Academy OC program, which would be a 6th through 12th grade program in the future within our current facility.
Within your current facility, so here
Mhm.
in Santa Ana.
Mhm.
Okay. So I guess given that, and because it would be within the current facility, I guess I'm trying to understand why this wouldn't come forward for our consideration as a material revision. Dr. Perez or anyone on staff, can you?
Yeah, I don't know why that would not have come through a material
Mhm.
revision if it was planned to be part of the current location.
I think what you're asking, President Bustos, is why was the petition renewal, why was there was an omission of grades 6 through 8? Because you're trying to renew what they currently have, and they could have added grades, they could have added the expansion in their actual entire renewal. So if the board took action today to renew them, then if they wanted to add grades 6 through 8, they would have to come back as a material revision, and it would have been cleaner for them to give us a petition renewal with the addition. And so we did find out that the expansion was going to happen when the county notified us.
And so I guess that's what I'm trying to wrap my head around, that there was already a plan for this expansion, and from my understanding, to file this petition with the county. And so I guess I'm trying to understand, if there was already that intention, why wasn't that expansion clearly indicated in this charter renewal petition?
So part of the process of doing a countywide charter petition is a notification to the district. Any district that you're going in is part of their process, and we did provide that notification to Santa Ana Unified, and this was well before, I want to say that was probably somewhere around June, maybe, when we brought that in. But part of going countywide is that we can take Nova Academy's program and place it in various parts within the county without any of the needed adjustments of a district.
So I think the question, I'm going to try to recap this, really is, knowing all that, why was that not actually shared in the renewal? Because I heard you say, which is new information, that you plan to operate that within the bounds of Santa Ana Unified.
So within our property, and that's where our petition is currently at. I'm sorry, I get a dry mouth when I talk. I apologize. But it wasn't a part of, we did the notification with the countywide petition, but it wasn't part of the elements or the conversation within the renewal petition. But again, it was a conversation that happened with the charter department.
Okay, and I see other speakers on the list. So Ms. Magdaleno, go ahead.
Just a really quick question with this information that of a possible expansion. Is it possible to table this and bring it back once we have that information, or is this have a due date?
So I actually asked that question as well, because so much of this information was new information. We are at the 86th day is what I understand of our 90.
Yeah, we could tell the petitioner, we could ask that, we wanted an extension, and we could have, it could probably be notated, and then we would give them something in writing that, the board is not comfortable taking action, but we did have to bring it forward today because we were at that date. So you have an option of either the recommendation, deny it, or ask the petitioner, like, we want an extension.
So if I may, I want to make a motion to ask the petitioner for an extension so we can get all the information possible.
Okay, any other comments, Ms. Lepsak?
Maybe I missed this because I came in later. And maybe you gave it last time. I can't remember. But anyways, as for two things. In your charter, as far as the percentage of your special ed, of your EL, what is your percentages with that? Is it reflective of our district?
It is, but if you
Website.
I'm just a little tired today. On our district website, the staff findings has all of that information as well. There's the special education numbers, the EL numbers, and everything else, because we were required to publish that by September 30th.
Oh, okay. Thank you. But if you have it.
Yeah. So our SES number is 91.7%, almost 92%. Our English language learner is 24%. And our special education is not on our dashboard, but I would say we're probably somewhere around 13-14%.
SES?
SES is 91.7%.
What is SES?
Low socioeconomically disadvantaged students.
Oh, okay. Thank you. And then what's your reading scores and your math scores right now?
From our dashboard, I'm just looking at the dashboard right now. We have in English language arts, we are at a yellow if we're looking at the dashboard, which is right in the middle. If we're looking at math, we're at an orange for the 2024 dashboard.
Can you just give me the percentage?
It doesn't have it. This is the information I have right here in front of us, in front of me. I don't want to pull just.
Can you translate it about? Give me an approximate.
So,
not good at the yellows.
Yeah, with charter schools, they're looked, they are right now standing as a medium charter school, so they're right down the middle, right? If they were a low performing, we would have had, the recommendation would have been different, right? So they have been pretty consistent of staying in that medium area.
Okay.
So if we're like, an A, B, C, D, F, but they're at a C range, if you will. That's my best analysis to give you.
That's good.
We are at 10:30, so if anybody would like to make a motion to continue the meeting, please, or extend the meeting time. Yeah, Ms. Brazier-Seves?
I'm trying to calculate how much time we need. I'd like to make a motion to extend the meeting to 11:30 with the hope that we finish by 11:15.
I'll go ahead and second. Any discussion on that? Dr. Alvarez?
Let me pull up the board policy. No, I'm just kidding. I vote yes. I'm only going to stay until we get to the board comments, and then I'm taking off at that point.
Okay, thank you. All right, seeing and hearing no other discussion, let's proceed to vote. Dr. Alvarez? On a 5 yes vote, okay, so we'll extend until 11:15. Sorry, 11:30, hoping to end by 11:15. Okay, any other questions from my colleagues? Ms. Brazier-Seves?
Yes, thank you. So following up on the last board member's questions, I was wondering if you could share. Oh, okay. So we just talked, perfect timing, because we just talked about our ways that we measure our progress as a district. Do you use the same types of testing, and are we looking at like comparable
data sets
measurements?
And measurements? Yeah. So our students were obviously have a California dashboard, just like all other LEAs. Our 11th graders take the SBAC, or by the time students graduate and they take the CAST, we do the LPAC for students that are EL students, are designated as English language learners. So all of those are very similar metrics. We do also have internal data that we measured through our benchmarks. We use a system called Renaissance Star, part of a charter system. And when you are, as SLS, a medium and middle tier school, you utilize verified data that CASP is a proficiency rate, but the internal data is what demonstrates your internal growth year over year. So we use a benchmark system where students take a fall benchmark, a winter benchmark, and a spring benchmark, and we're using that, analyzing that data through the course of the year to identify students' growth over time. In addition, similar to what Dr. Perez kind of spoke about, what they're doing here is then there is the classroom, that formative data that's happening in the classroom that is part of our PLC process when our staff meet weekly to discuss what are the interventions, what are the instructional strategies they're using, what is the data they're collecting out of their classes, and how are they continuing to work within those cycles of improvement to improve their instructional practices to make sure our students are tracking along.
So their model's similar to Middle College, but the way they don't cohort their students like we do. So their students are going to the college and taking a college class, like they have a full array, but they also offer an advanced placement program as well, and she can speak to the test scores of that. We did offer, to have Nova participate in our professional learning with our SAUSD teachers if they'd like, because we saw that there were some areas of growth in that assessment area.
Some areas of growth.
Meaning that their students weren't performing. We did some extensive work with our advanced placement teachers, so I did offer them the opportunity to join our teachers. They haven't they didn't take us up on the opportunity, but their advanced placement test scores, it's another level of assessment, and that affects the college and career readiness indicator on their dashboard. And so we did have that conversation about how can you support your teachers so that they can provide better student outcomes.
Oh, I see. Yes, because I know we've done a lot of advancement in that area with your leadership, Celeste, so thank you. Is there a reason why you all didn't participate, or is there plans to join?
Right. So our AP teachers do other various training through College Board. The College Board offers. So we've done that as well. We put a lot of focus in the dual enrollment program also in this upcoming year. So we did some changes with the AP offerings. We did have some courses that students weren't performing as well in. AP biology is a harder subject to take. This is at Santa Ana College. We had students doing math classes at Santa Ana College. And so they were earning kind of dual credits. So we really we continued to do English language arts AP in both language and at both levels. We do continue to do AP history there as well. So, but we just made some adjustments to really focus in on where our students were performing well on AP and then focus on our dual enrollment program.
Okay. I think it's also, so Lisa's brand new as their executive director. They had a different leader for the time that I've been here. It was Renee Lancaster, and then she took over when Renee retired. Mm-hmm. So this is her first school year.
Okay. So what?
It's my first school year as an executive director, but I've been with Nova Academy for the last 15 years. I was site principal of the Coachella campus.
Okay. And then my colleague asked about the percentages of your students who are English learners and in special education. So if I have it down correct, English learners is 24%.
It's 24%, right. The dashboard doesn't identify our special education numbers, so I believe it's somewhere around 13-14%, but I would have to go back in to really give you a good, accurate number, which I can get for you.
And so my question around that is, I'm wondering, well, first of all, can our district team share what our percentages are? I don't want to get them wrong for those two specific areas, English learners and special education. 40%. Off the top of anyone's head.
36% for English learners.
And then for
Can I get a shout for special ed? 18%.
18. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
And you're serving Santa Ana students or students from other
A majority
districts?
of our students are from Santa Ana. I would say probably a good at least 80 to 90% of our students are from the city of Santa Ana. Mm-hmm.
Do you have any, I'm not sure if it's in the report, but any kind of analysis of maybe why, like kind of the discrepancy where we see it as a district, a larger percentage of students who fall under English learners or special education?
I don't know. I know it kind of can vary between.
Oh, you can? Okay. So a lot of times we find with our charter schools is they cannot offer the continuum of services that a large comprehensive unified school district can. And so if a student needs a mod severe setting, Nova does not offer that. So if they would go to enroll there, I'm not quite sure what they would say, but they may not be able to offer the services that we can.
Typically, when that happens, what I have seen is that a family could still choose that, and then that would have to be reflected in their IEP. So the family would knowingly take on the education that is not what is identified as FAPE in the IEP. So that's typically how that works.
Correct. Yeah. As a public school, still, we have no barriers to enrollment. Any student can enroll, regardless of their needs, standing, any of those factors.
But would your school be required to provide the services that they are required or identified in their IEP?
We would be.
So if you had a student who was visually impaired, would you hire a VI teacher, for example?
Yeah. We would have to, whatever is within the student's IEP, we would have to be able to provide that service for the student. Right. A majority of our students are mild to moderate. We have a push-in program. We don't have a separate day class program within our, well, we have a separate pull-out part of our program, but not a special day class. But we have students that vary from specific learning disabilities to other health impairments, other various disabilities. We can have, you know, students with autism, high-level autism. It can really just vary. Adjustments to coming to a program may be a parent who is part of the district program and they're part of, I've been able to be here when is it Taft that does the deaf? They probably wouldn't choose a school like Nova Academy because there's a great program that Santa Ana Unified offers that is of great support to them. So they may not choose our program for that. But should a student come with an IEP and a need, any student can enroll at Nova Academy.
Okay, and then last question for the team. And Celeste, you mentioned like Middle College offers, because when I was reading through the renewal, I was thinking of campuses like Middle College and a lot of our campuses that do the dual enrollment, and we have many students who are graduating with their AAs. So I'm wondering, did Nova Academy come out of like a need maybe before we had those offerings? What is the kind of difference in services?
So a coordinated section is, so from this school year on, that will positively impact our dashboard. If students take a one-off, we don't want to stop them right from that, but students, we found in Santa Ana Unified that when we put them in a coordinated section, we're able to provide support. So what that means is it's all Santa Ana Unified students in a college course, right? And then we can provide the sections. They have a different model, and I did ask, like, are you guys going to move towards that direction? And, you know, what was shared was that you can tell them what you shared. Yeah.
So a slightly different aspect of our program is that our students take courses at Santa Ana College. So Middle College is obviously on Santa Ana Unified School District, but a lot of other dual enrolled programs, they do the college course within their campus site, possibly very likely by a cleared teacher that the community college has authorized. The part of our model is that we're transporting students to SAC, and they're sitting in a classroom with other SAC students. As well. So that's the difference in a lot of the model that we offer, is giving them that on-campus experience exposure as part of our program.
Thank you. And then I did see in your original goals in the creation of the program was around foster youth. And I was curious, that's one of the categories of students that we track along when we talk about English learners and special education. Do you happen to have the data on how many foster youth that you currently serve?
According to our 2024 dashboard, we didn't have any foster youth. So where that came from, Nova's kind of inception, our founder, Renee Lancaster, who started the organization, it all really came through Olive Crest. If you're familiar with Olive Crest, which is a large organization out here in Orange County and Riverside County, we were kind of born through that organization as well, and they obviously focus in on foster, adoption, and the family community. So that's where, at the time of our inception, it was really around identifying those that needed community. We had a lot of group home students that we were serving at the time as well, back when we first started in 2005. Obviously, things in community and environments have changed, but currently we don't have foster students as part of our population. Not by any other choice, but we just don't have them enrolled currently.
Okay. And just for comparison for our district, to give some context, do we have that number offhand, percentage of foster youth? 247 students. Okay. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So back to just some of the questions that I was asking, and I just want to make sure that there's clarity for our board about our options right now and what we can do moving forward. So can you talk a little bit can you just remind us what are our options at this point?
You could approve it, deny it. We could table it, take it back to legal because we still have a couple days, and in those couple days, we can come to a mutual agreement of extending it. We would then notify NOVA and in writing from our lawyer that this is the mutually agreed upon date and why, because we want them to take another look at their petition and potentially add the expansion of grade levels or so on and so forth. So that's in alignment with what they submitted to the county. We don't get a copy of what they submit to the county. We just get notified that there was a countywide petition submitted.
Okay. So if we were to table it and we reach the deadline and we can't reach an agreement, at that point what happens?
So potentially, I mean, they're going to go through the end of this school year because they're what is it, June 30th? But it would be in their best interest for them to agree upon our the date that we provide, and we would give it to them in writing. Because if not, if the board doesn't take action and they submitted it, then basically we would not renew their petition.
Just for clarity, if there is no board action by the 90-day deadline, it's an automatic renewal.
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah.
Right. So that's my understanding, and so I want to make sure that my colleagues are well aware of that. That if we were to table this item tonight and move forward and not reach an agreement on an extension for this renewal, then it would be an automatic approval. And so, for me, I'm prepared to vote no if there is no willingness on Nova's side tonight to extend and give us a little bit more time to ask questions, to understand the situation. Because I believe that as a school district and as a board, we have a commitment to ensure that we're supporting high quality educational opportunities for all students. And so I believe that we owe complete transparency and our charter partners and I expect complete transparency and good faith collaboration from our charter partners. And so, in my opinion, I believe that submitting a petition to another authorizer for expansion while also seeking renewal from SAUSD without explicit disclosure in this charter renewal really undermines public trust and the spirit of local oversight established under state law. And so, for that reason, tonight I'm prepared to vote no unless there's a commitment from NOVA's executive director to work with us to find, to really just be able to answer some more questions that the board has, and that I hear our superintendent has learned some new information based on conversations that she's had, to ensure that, again, what is at the core of this is good faith collaboration on all sides and complete transparency. And really, if there is no desire for that from Nova's part, then I'm going to direct our superintendent to formally communicate in writing to the Orange County Department of Education this board's and the district's serious concerns about Nova Academy's lack of disclosure about its recent petition to expand grade levels within our school district boundaries. And again, really making sure that the OCDE takes into consideration our district's oversight role and enrollment impacts that our school district will face as a result of this expansion, this potential expansion. And again, the need for accountability and open governance when reviewing Nova's expansion petition. So I'm hoping that we could be partners and ensure that, again, we're centering good faith collaboration at the core of this. And so I guess I'll turn it over to you, Executive Director Hernandez, to hear if this is something that you on behalf of NOVA would be willing to extend to the board and the district in really good faith collaboration and transparency to our community.
So, we received our report of approval recommendation. I would hate to make any kind of decision without kind of collaboration with our own legal counsel. So I don't want to say right now, yes, we would agree to it without having that opportunity to collaborate with our legal counsel to make sure we're getting the best guidance at this point before making any kind of official decision.
I would be even willing to potentially move on with the rest of our agenda if Nova Academy is willing to potentially engage with their legal counsel until the end of this meeting and then reconsider this and bring it back for discussion. But because we are so up against the deadline of approval, I'm just sharing my own opinion that because of that, if there is no commitment to really work with us and answer the questions and concerns that we have, not only us, but also that the community deserves, then I will be voting no tonight. So is that something that you all would be willing to consider?
I can do my best. It's 10:50. I can do my best to try to get a hold of our legal counsel. I can try my best. Definitely to have that collaboration. I mean, we definitely want to work with the county. We've had conversations. I do feel like we notified the school district. We didn't hide our petition. We notified the school district that the countywide petition was going out there. So I feel that we were transparent in that communication.
I understand that you claim that you notified the school district, but this is about including that information explicitly within your charter renewal. And for me, that would have been critical because this board tonight could have taken action to approve this charter petition renewal without that information because I didn't receive that information until today. And so this board could have taken action to approve this charter renewal without having all of the facts, all of the answers in its totality, to ensure, again, that we're making sure that we as a school district are not undermining public trust and that Nova is not undermining public trust and that we are keeping up with the spirit of local oversight. And so I'm doing my responsibility and my duty as a school board member to ensure that. And so and for that reason, I would love to be able to revisit this if you're able to connect with your legal counsel, and then perhaps we can come back to this item before the end of our agenda and just figure out where we go from there. Does that sound reasonable?
Yeah, I can definitely make the attempts.
Okay.
To make them.
Okay, so with that being said, let's go ahead and just move on to our next agenda item and revisit this after that, see what we hear from
Board
Nova.
President, if I may step away to try to sort out some of those things.
Please, thank you. Okay, so let's go to item 14.2.
Approval of Memorandum of Understanding between Santa Ana Police Department and Santa Ana Unified School District Police Department regarding procedure for police services to related incidents.
Can I get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Can I get a second? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Ms. Lepsak?
I just want to ask about, on the MOU, it does say, crimes committed against district students on or near district property or while attending district-sponsored events while traveling directly to and from district property and or district-sponsored events, talking about authority and jurisdiction between the Santa Ana Unified Police and the Santa Ana City Police. So my question here is, I had a community member reach out to me saying that students are driving without license and they are taking kids home without a license. So I know that by law you're not supposed to do that. And I just want to know what we can do, because if there were an accident and this kid doesn't have a license,
Is there something we can do to make sure that kids are driving with their license? Like, I don't know. That's my question.
To answer your question, from a school police department, the district can't do anything about that.
Now,
the district can't force a student to provide proof that they have a driver's license or they're driving and they don't have a driver's license. That's not how it works.
now, don't a lot of the high schools don't the kids have to get parking permits? And to get a parking permit, don't they have to show their license and proof of insurance?
I know in the past that was required to get a parking permit. I don't know if you have to. I don't know if you have to prove that you have a driver's license to get a parking permit. I don't know that.
Here comes Mr. Bustamante. There you go.
That is correct. For students to get a parking permit, they come and show their license and also vehicle registration and their insurance.
So does every high school have that policy, or is it only some and not others?
It should be a policy for all high schools. The difference, though, is kids can park wherever they want outside of the high schools.
So that means that if they can park anywhere they want, then they don't have to have a parking permit in order to drive to school.
That is, well, to park on, say, for example, if they want to be at Saddleback campus and park their car, they have to have that information registered to us. If they want to park across the street in the neighborhood, that's something that we don't, that's not something for us. That's not part of our job, so.
Okay.
But if they want to park on campus, they have to have that stuff. And then we give them a parking permit.
Okay. All right. So here's my other question, if I may. I did get another community member reach out to me asking why, like, we have a lot of businesses around, and they're saying, they're selling e-cigarettes and vaping or cannabis to students. And how can the Santa Ana Police and the Santa Ana Unified Police, the city police and the district police work together to where we keep these business owners accountable? So that, the law says they're not supposed to be selling these products to them until they're 21, but they are. So how can we work together to prevent this? Because vaping in the bathrooms is an issue in our high schools. So is there something we can do together to correct this
we
problem?
can work with Santa Ana Police Department, but those stores or those liquor stores or those locations that are selling those are on city property. They're not school district property. So we could maybe inform them of which businesses are doing that or conducting that, or they can do a sting of some sort. But we can't, as a school district police department, enforce laws at the liquor stores or at the little mini markets.
Right.
All we could do is provide the information to the city police of which locations are selling those items.
Because it does say in this MOU that you share data and work together. So I'm just bringing up that could be one of the areas that we're having an issue with this. And is there, maybe something that you guys can do to work together to try to curb this happening?
Sure. Once we get the information on where it's happening, or maybe that can be shared from some of the sites where this is happening, then we can get the information and, like you said, data share with Santa Ana PD.
So when community members reach out to me, what should I tell them?
Well, we need to know where the illegal sales are happening in order for us to provide the information to Santa Ana. So either they can reach out to our department, or you can have the information sent to our email to our department, and we can take action from there. But unless we know where it's at, we can't do anything about it.
Okay, so tell them to contact you directly.
Or our department, yes.
Okay.
Ms. Fraser-Aceves?
Yeah, thank you. So I just have a few questions, Chief, with this. So in a few areas, it states that there would be sharing of information. And so, but under Section 6, operational and investigative duties, it outlines areas of collaboration, which are serious crimes. But what I want to ask and make sure is, I know a few board meetings back, we passed an agenda item, for example, for our cameras, for security cameras. So what I'm trying to understand and ensure is that we're not, as an agency, sharing information and data about our students if it doesn't fall within one of these more serious crimes, or where's the boundary on that as far as
Yeah, we're not sharing any camera equipment, anything on cameras unless it's related to a crime and it's being requested by an investigator from Santa Ana PD for that purpose. Otherwise, there's no reason for us to share any of that information.
And what is this list of crimes exhaustive under Section 6?
I don't have it in front of me, so when you're saying is it exhaustive, how can you, like, what exactly are you asking me? I'm not.
Like, are these the only types of crimes? Or, I mean, it's a pretty long list, but are these the areas where we would, or your team would, collaborate in sharing information, like student data, student information?
Yeah, originally that list is put together because some of those crimes, we don't have the manpower to investigate those crimes. That's why we're requesting Santa Ana PD to come in and assist us, because we don't have the manpower to, let's say it's a officer-involved shooting, or it's a sexual assault on campus. We don't have the personnel to effectively investigate that. That's why we're reaching out to Santa Ana PD. If there's something on camera and there's a crime, yeah, we would provide that. Nothing more than anything relating to that crime.
And there was a section that talked about like citations of juveniles. Now, if it's a citation for something that doesn't fall within that list of serious crimes, will your team be passing over the juveniles' information, or like minor incidents that you guys are engaged in?
No.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, any other questions? No one's on the speaker list, but okay. Board Member Magdalena?
Yes, thank you. Can you provide just a quick overview of what this MOU entails for the public?
Sure, it's a few things. One is it's a clear delineation on what agency does what with regards to any incident on a campus. So, for instance, we have a walkout on a campus. Let's say 3 or 4 high schools do a concerted walkout, where 3 or 4 high schools are at the same time going to get together and do a walkout. We don't have the manpower to effectively provide security as they're walking, let's say, from one school to a point of a park where they're going to all gather. We don't have that. We asked Santa Ana PD to help us just to keep the kids safe as they're walking. That's an example of us working on an MOU. A second example would be, let's say, like I said, a active shooter where we have a small department, we need extra resources. We're going to have them come in. It's an understanding that they're going to come in and provide resources without us having to request them. They know they're just supposed to show up.
So let's say someone at our school site has an emergency and needs to call one of your officers. What do? They dial 911. So it goes to Santa Ana PD, and then they transfer it to you?
That's correct. They reroute it to us. But all of the schools, every school, and all of the office staff have our direct line. So if they want to bypass the 911 where it's not an emergency, 911 emergency, but it's a priority, they know to call our desk directly. And they all have that number.
Okay. And I remember, I don't know if it was last year or 2 years ago, there was an incident at one of our school sites before I was even on the board, where Santa Ana PD, I think, fortunately, it was just a false alarm of an active shooter. I think it was MIT. Can't remember what school site. Yeah, right. I heard that SAPD and our Santa Ana School PD, they weren't following the protocols in place. They had different protocols, whether you're a police officer for Santa Ana, whether you're a school PD. So they were getting confused. They didn't know what to do. So does this MOU help distinguish what each of agencies' roles are for an emergency?
Yeah, and as a matter of fact, I know which incident you're talking about, and part of the problem was it was a middle school, it was an intermediate school, it wasn't a high school. So the high school SRO had to respond from his high school to the intermediate school. And by the time he got there, either he got there at or the same time as some Santa Ana Police Department officers got there. And the way we operate and the way they operate is, hey, when you're there, you take over the scene. You don't wait. If nobody's there, you start handling the incident. So the issue with that incident was, it was our incident, it's on our campus, but because we didn't have a live body there, Santa Ana kind of took over. And I think at the end of the incident, which was maybe an hour and a half into it, and I know, Dr. Perez, you and the previous superintendent were together that day. I was texting them saying, I can't stop them. They were doing a grid search to make sure an active shooter wasn't actually there, when I had actually had some information that there was some phone calls going throughout Orange County that people were just calling and putting those calls out. So I kind of knew it wasn't, it might be a hoax. I can't treat it as a hoax. I just kind of gave them information that I'm not sure this is going to actually be a real incident. But because they were already doing it and they were already on scene with more personnel than us, I really couldn't pull them back. And it was an hour and a half of us having to wait, because I'm trying to give information to the superintendent, letting him know, hey, everything's back to normal. The kids are going to be leaving. We had them locked down for maybe an hour and a half after school, maybe an hour after school that day.
Yeah, so this MOU, it's not just a piece of paper, right? We want to make sure that you guys are on the same page, whether if it's a false alarm or not. Luckily it was, but there was a lot of errors in place. From then to now, what has happened to fix those errors?
Well, we've had meetings with Santa Ana PD. We've gone over this prior. We've gone over this several times with them, and they understand what our role is. We understand what their role is. They also understand that if they need help and they're asking us, we're a small department. So if I'm going to provide services to them through this MOU, it's not unless, let's say it's in the middle of a school day, we're not just going to leave everybody. I have my whole department go help them. What we usually do is make sure all of our officers stay where they're at, and if I have the personnel, I'll maybe send one extra officer if I have one, and a supervisor. They don't go without a supervisor. And because I'm pretty limited on supervisors, Santa Ana PD knows it's very rare for me to actually be able to send somebody. Maybe if they need help in the middle of the night and I have a supervisor and my two officers on, and maybe I can send one officer and one supervisor, but it's hard to do in the middle of a school day, because our priority is the schools and our students and our staff, not running out to help them. That's secondary.
Okay, that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Brazier-Aceves?
Yeah, so I found the section I was looking for earlier under reporting. So there's a sentence that says, SAPD shall be the custodian of original records for all citations, field interviews, juvenile contacts, and arrest and crime reports prepared by SAUSD PD if an SAPD case number is utilized. Could you share with us and with the community in which circumstances is a SAPD case number utilized when engaging with our students?
I think the best thing for me to do is ask the former detective who just finished his detective route to come up and answer that. Steve? You heard the question?
Yes. Okay, so this may be a long-winded one, but what we usually do is, depending on the gravity of the crime and what the issue is, if they're reportable crimes, being like class 1, class 2, which are some of the major ones, the officer on campus, or even the school police officer that responds to that crime or that reported incident, basically has the discretion or has to make a decision on what gets reported as part of the Mandatory Reporting Act per the campuses, and then those that are reported but don't necessarily rise to a criminal type of investigation or something where it would be documented in an official form through the city. For example, officers have the discretion, so we had brought up the earlier topic of vape pens, right? So the state of California does not prosecute, or even county doesn't prosecute for vape pens, which was a prior section that was repealed. It was PC 308. So any juvenile that was caught with vapes, with cigarettes, with any kind of paraphernalia related to smoking or the ingestion of tobacco products was issued a cite. So you'd get a citation for that, and then that's a reportable thing that would be reported incident that would be handled by the court system. But because that's not a prosecutable offense, or you don't have to go to court for that, the officer has the discretion now to administer either on-site discipline for that, or book it for destruction. So they wouldn't necessarily take a city case number for that and then file it. So that's one way. Another would be something that would be of information. So if you took an information report that ever rose to a criminality type of thing, then that would just stay in house and that wouldn't be reported. So the detective division basically reviews all those cases and kind of they make the determination: is this an offense with a category of a reporting offense, or is this something that's going to stay in house? And that's kind of where we make that decision. So when we do decide that that's going to be of record and that's going to go to the city PD, then that report and those findings get sent over as a package, and then the rest stays within our own in-house system. And the city PD or the city doesn't have access to that unless it's a subpoenaed type of thing or something like that. Does that answer the question, or is that kind of the wrong?
No, it does. Thank you. I think my question from there, and something for us maybe in the B2B we can get more information, is, you mentioned there's discretion, and so I don't know if we have time to have the conversation now, but this is a point of interest for me. What does this look like? Because I'm also wondering so the investigative team, that's our internal SAUSD PD team that makes that call?
Yeah, so kind of the progress or the way it works is a call will be generated, whether at site or through the phone or something to that, and the normal first point of contact would be the handling officer. So it could be an SRO, it could be a patrol. Basically, some representative from our department would go and make that initial contact. Based upon those findings, it kind of depends on where it needs to go. If they need additional resources, then they'll call detectives. If they need additional city resources for whatever the case may be, then that MOU would allow us to reach out and say, hey, I need these resources to help investigate this, so they can make a determination.
And the reason I ask is because I've had, for example, I'm wondering if we involve the admin, the school counselors, and how your team goes about utilizing that discretion.
Yeah, absolutely. So it becomes almost like a team effort. So if it's something that's on a criminal type of thing where it may or may not be a criminal thing, once that patrol officer or the SRO makes that determination and says, oh, hey, this is a more of an on-site thing, or the resources on the campus level, and that student would be better served in that team effort, then we're going to call those resources. The principals, the APs, the counselors, the We Care folks, the people support services. Basically, again, talking about that discretion, they have all of those tools to be able to help our students, rather than just to show up and be like, well, you either have it or you don't. So if it's a bigger issue, then we'll use those resources to assist those students in regards of whatever it is. And even if it's a criminal act, we still have diversion, we still have other resources through the county and people support services to provide for those.
Thank you. And I just wanted to, highlight that for the public, that we have a lot of conversations behind the scenes around the values of your team and ensuring that we have like these standards and expectations of how we treat our students, and how that often looks different than perhaps what people's experience have been maybe elsewhere with different PDs and things like that. And so I'm also hoping to Board Member Magdalena's point that like collaboration will if there is future incidents that you are working together, that it looks a little bit different. And it sounds like through this MOU, that is kind of what you're trying to build, that more collaborative spirit, where maybe the vision of the district and how we look at our students will take lead in any kind of situation. So
absolutely, because a lot of the issues that we have to deal with fall in the gray. You know, you write policy for something and it's clearly black and white, whereas we know 99% of the time a lot of gray area. So the district does a really good job having a 5-point approach to that, to where you're going to have police, admin, people support, county services, everything to be able to support that structure of the student body to elevate them to be successful.
Thank you. We're at 11:15. Ms. Lepsak, do you have a burning question or?
I do.
Okay, go ahead.
Because we had a teacher that spoke tonight. And my question is, let's say you have an 11th grader or you have a 3rd grader that do the same thing. Do you treat it differently? Let's say they both write a threatening note saying, I'm going to kill you on this and this day. And let's say it's an 11th grader or a 3rd grader. In this world, we've had, first graders shoot their teacher. So I want to know, how do you deal with these things? Because we had a teacher come here and speak tonight.
Right. I wasn't there for that one. That's going to take a lot longer discussion than
Okay, then.
the 15 minutes.
Well, these are real issues.
But they're real issues, and again, you'd have to basically take the totality of the circumstances into account. Black and white, okay, you would treat them the same way. But we know that, again, going back to what I said before, that falls in a gray area. You know, you'd have to take a lot of inventory on the incident, you know, and I mean, we can what if it to death, but if you have a black and white policy and you don't have an MOU or you don't have any kind of supporting structure to be able to allow either the police, the admin, any of the other support services that is afforded to either that 3rd grader or that 11th grader to hopefully make a decision to benefit for the safety of all, I think you're kind of handcuffing yourself in that point where you're just going to have specific policies that says that, because you know, we used to, when I first started here, we were operating under a 0 tolerance policy. Like, you do A and you're going to get B. If you do B, you're going to get C. And obviously that wasn't effective. And so the tides have changed to where the school board, the school police, administration, they've all kind of realized, like, hey, we need to kind of really take a look at each individual issue and kind of weigh it on its merit and do a little bit of fact finding and digging on the particulars of each one. And I think you're going to probably get the representation from us, at least, that you're going to have somebody that is going to judge it accordingly. They're not going to just walk up with the black and white thing. So to answer your first question, yeah, there's a huge difference. But then again, maybe there isn't. I mean, you know, you're going to have to say.
Thank you.
Ms. Magdaleno, final question on this topic.
Yes, I'm looking at section 3 in term. It says, this MOU shall be in effect from August 14, 2025 to August 13, 2028. SAPD and SAUSD representatives shall meet and confer at least once per year or more frequently if deemed necessary to review the terms of this MOU prior to its expiration. Question, Superintendent, is a 3-year contract usual for these type of MOUs?
In my experience, they are. It's not a 1 year. I have not. What I will say is I have not seen a 1 year here or with the district that I was with prior.
Okay. And really quick, Chief, I see that it says here, representatives shall meet. Are you guys gonna commit to meeting? Can I make a motion to maybe instead of being shall? Because to me, shall means maybe.
Shall means we will.
That you will.
And we will.
That you
we'll
will.
do our
Okay.
due diligence, and I know they've agreed to do their due diligence as well.
Do you know how often they would be meeting?
Well, a minimum of once a year, but we'll probably meet quarterly on that.
Quarterly with SAPD. Okay.
But that meets the shall annually.
Mm-hmm. And then make any adjustments as we see fit prior to the expiration.
Yeah, moving forward, yes.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, seeing and hearing no other discussion, let's proceed to vote. Can we get the voting? Thank you. On a 5 yes vote, the motion carries. Let's move to item 14.3.
Approval of Expanded Learning Opportunities Program Plan Revision.
Can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
Can I get a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay, seeing and hearing none, let's proceed to vote. On a 5 yes vote, the motion carries. Item 14.4.
Appointment of the 2018 Measure I Citizens Bond Oversight Committee.
Can I get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay, seeing and hearing none, let's proceed to vote. Okay, on a 5 yes vote, the motion carries. Okay, so let's return to item 14.1. I know that there's a motion on the floor, and I'm actually going to make a sub motion here. After receiving some guidance about our responsibility and role as a board related to the approval of this charter, and hearing directly from our district staff that Nova Academy has remained in good standing with SAUSD in terms of compliance, fiscal reporting, and performance benchmarks. We haven't found any reason to not, to deny their charter petition. And so for that reason, I'm going to go ahead and just move forward and approve and make a motion to approve Nova Academy's charter renewal petition, but with the direction to the superintendent to formally communicate in writing and in person during the Orange County Department of Education's Board of Education's meeting related to the petition for the consideration of Nova Academy, the board and the district's serious concerns to the Orange County Department of Education regarding Nova Academy's lack of disclosure about its recent petition to expand grade levels. The letter should clearly state that while the Santa Ana Unified School District is committed to supporting high-quality educational opportunities for all students, we expect complete transparency and good faith collaboration from all charter partners. The board believes that submitting a petition to another authorizer for grade level expansion within our school district's boundaries, while simultaneously seeking a renewal from SAUSD without explicit disclosure in the charter renewal, undermines public trust and the spirit of local oversight established under state law. This communication should also request that the Orange County Department of Education take into consideration the district's oversight role, enrollment impacts within our boundaries, and the need for accountability and open governance when reviewing NOVA's expansion petition. So that's the sub-motion that I have on the floor. Can I get a second?
I withdraw my original motion and second your motion.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion on this item? Okay, seeing and hearing none, let's proceed to vote. Okay. On a 5 yes vote, the motion carries. Let's move to items 15.
New and revision of existing board policies for first reading, no action required. 15.1 Board Bylaw 9010, Public Statements, revised for first reading. 15.2 Board Bylaw 9012, Board Member Electronic Communications, revised for first reading.
Thank you. At this point, let's go ahead and move to board reports. Ms. Lepsak, any reports from you? And for the sake of time, let's keep reports to 2 minutes, please.
Yeah. No, I just want to thank the parents that came out, and especially those that are advocating for their kids with special needs. I do admire their tenacity and their perseverance. And I do believe that I'm kind of concerned about the CAC meetings, that they're saying that they're not getting an opportunity to speak during those CAC meetings. So I'm wondering if maybe we need to relook at that, because they feel like they need to come here because they're not being heard in the other avenues that are provided for them. So maybe the CAC meetings, instead of just being informational, need to also be a way that they can express and talk among each other and problem solve. I think the 8th grade English class at McFadden, I'm assuming that is getting taken care of with that substitute, because that was a lot of parents that came out to express, and I can understand completely their concerns. So I'm sure that's getting taken care of. Of course, the 3rd grade teacher that came out and expressed those concerns, I did reach out back to her just saying that I would pass it on to you, and I'm sure the other board members did as well, because, these are things we can't ignore. We can't turn a blind eye to these kind of things. It doesn't matter the grade level of the child. And so I just hope that we are taking these things very seriously. And let's see. Oh, I wanted to thank Chaplain Joe also. He came out and he talked about Charlie Kirk. And actually tonight, the Orange County Board of Education is having a tribute to Charlie Kirk because today is his birthday. And I'm wearing red because this was the color chosen to recognize his birthday. And I'm wearing black to recognize his death as someone who was assassinated simply for challenging the cancel culture on college and university campuses nationwide. He spoke openly about his faith, and he was not afraid to use his First Amendment rights for civil disclosure and debate. Thank you.
Thank you. Just got to make sure we make it under
I
11:30.
understand.
Thank you. Ms. Magdaleno?
Yeah, I'll be very brief. Let's make sure we follow up with all the parents, which I'm assuming we did. I saw staff going outside as soon as they were walking out. So thank you to our amazing staff for following up. As soon as they speak, they walk out with them. So I just want to highlight that and thank them for that. And I also just want to talk to the community and thank Dr. Perez for her presentation again. When we talk about academics, here at SAUSD, we are intentional about the work that we are doing because for us it's personal. As you see up here, most of us graduated from the school district. So we want better than we receive for the next generation. So for me, it is personal, and I am committed to making sure that our students have the tools they need to succeed. So, being a Santanera, living in the city of Santa Ana, it's hard growing up here. But that's why we need to make sure that when it comes to education, our students have everything they need to succeed and the tools they need to succeed. Because all of us up here, I can say that my colleagues are very successful, and because of the education we got here at Santa Ana Unified School District. And I expect more from our staff, and I, hold them to the highest expectations. And I know our students are going to do amazing things. So thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you, Ms. Brazier-Chavez.
Yeah, good evening, muy buenas noches. Last week I had the honor of joining the Valley campus for the dedication ceremony for the new Performing Arts Center at Valley High School. And I have to reiterate that it is the very best performing arts center in all of Orange County. So congratulations to Valley and to our community. This incredible space reflects our community's investment in our students' talent and potential, and will continue to bring our community together through the arts. I want to thank our Santa Ana community for believing in our students and for passing the bond measure that made this beautiful state-of-the-art building possible. When I saw students last spring touring the facility for the first time and getting a sneak peek, some of our students at Valley in the Valor program, seeing their reaction was priceless and very inspiring for me as an educator, and to know what's coming, and that our students are feeling the support and feeling seen. So thank you to our community for that. I wanted to give a shout out, a very proud shout out, and highlight the everyday work and labor of love of our maintenance and operations team, of the M&O team. I want to thank them for showing up every single day to respond to, emergency needs on campuses, whether it's emergency or long-term projects. I know there's a lot of pride in our community right now around another agenda item that we heard about tonight, the Williams annual report. And so I want to thank them on their success. They cover 54 sites, right? And they do it beautifully. And a lot of times we don't notice all the hard work that goes into our sites until there maybe is an issue, right? And they rarely have issues. And so just want to make sure to uplift them and thank them for their work. They do a great job of making sure our campuses, even those that might be dated, are beautiful. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brazier-Chavez. And I just want to end with this, and just want to take a moment to be very clear that, what we just saw tonight related to that charter petition renewal is not just about one school or one petition. Really, it's about making sure that we're, as a school district and as a board, we're sending a very clear message to every single charter school that operates within the boundaries of the Santa Ana Unified School District. is that if you think that you can undermine public trust, if you think that you can operate in the shadows or bypass this board, you are deeply mistaken. Our community deserves transparency and honesty from their education institution that serves their children, whether that's traditional public schools or charter schools. And so the families of Santa Ana entrust us with the education and well-being of their children, and that trust is sacred. It's sacred to me. And so when a charter school submits a renewal petition to this district, they do so under our local oversight, and that means that they owe this community full disclosure, not half truths. And so tonight's discussion about Nova Academy has made that painfully clear. You know, you can't come before this board and ask for renewal while also simultaneously filing another petition to expand your reach, your charter, and expand grade levels within our district boundaries. That's not how transparency works. That's not how partnership works, and that's definitely not how you build trust with the community that you serve. And so, really, to all the charter operators, I want you to understand that if you want to serve our students in Santa Ana, you need to do so with transparency. You need to do it with honesty. You need to do it in partnership with our school district and with our community, because this board, the majority of this board, will always stand up for public education, and we will protect and defend the integrity of the system that serves our children here in Santa Ana. And with that, and no further business to come before the board, this meeting is adjourned. The next regular board meeting of the Board of Education will be held on Tuesday, October 28th, 2025 at 6 p.m. Thank you.